I'm watching you watching me. Right? Yeah, everybody feel like we don't have engines.
But it's about 1600 UTC and you're tuning into Radio Wahoo.
He's 5'2" and he's 6'4". He fights with missiles and with speed. He's all of 31. He's fighting for France. He's fighting for the Russians and he's fighting for the and he thinks we'll put an end to all this pain. And he's fighting for democracy, he's fighting for the rest. He said it's for the peace of all. He's the one who must decide who's to live and who's to die. And he never sees the right thing on board. But without him, our Hitler have condemned him and survived. Without him, Caesar would have stood alone. He's the one who gives his body as a weapon out of the war. Without him, all this pain can go on. He's the universal soldier, and he really is to blame. He's always come from far away in the world. He comes from here and there and you and me. This is not the way we're supposed to see it.
They're like Bob. They just look new. What the fuck? What? That's not the same concept, though, right? I was audibly aware of. Yeah, I oh, that sounds nice, baby. And then I heard like, whoa, and I was like, whoa, poof, we saved it. I was like, fuck. Yeah, good. Yeah. Let's start. Let's see if I've got it. Yeah. Fun way to save this one night. Just one more scary night time. That's it. Ooh, they're doing wing up, right?
I saw somebody.
So me and Tahir are together, are with Diego and Mohammed and the thing. Yeah.
Well, hold on now. You can't say that no more, because they're definitely a sailor there. Like, I trained you a while ago.
You and I,
Yeah, that's my sailor chambers.
yeah, we do.
Yeah, I was just up to the bird.
Yeah. I mean, no, so, for their sake, you're telling yourself, you're not, they're not, sad,
And then,
Anyway, we're going to pretty low key after
come with all, yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. The wind is going on during the night, nothing. The wind is going down to nothing.
I suspect we're going to have enough jam for everybody.
Behind the south flash, you know, red light, huh? We're picking up some speed. Training is lovely. I said across the Atlantic there in 3 years ago. When I last crossed the market like in the Caribbean. Yeah. 5 weeks, like, you know?
Yeah. You have to write Martinique. You're French.
French,
That we're sailing along.
It's nice, like, so you can be able to do that, and all that.
How about that? Yeah, exactly. It's a radio walk. You're just oh my god, the ghost that we've advertised they reflect with our like they have been shipping here. What do they do? kill our guys.
Some people probably are because no,
the nuclear logic. I always say, it's just
the American regime again.
based on the wind. Which starts to come to Key West? I don't know. What's it blowing? 12 knots would be in a couple days. I think he's fine. I do feel bad because, you And at least it's really all being publicly broadcast. But not good. Right? I'm saying it's like, oh, like during an interception? Oh, that's good.
from here.
Yeah, but you can correct
We'll make sure we're looking good, right? Right? Sweet thing. How many? Oh yeah, they're going to board them. They want to take a little snake stuff. Safely. No, they might forget about it, huh? Nice breeze, oh, isn't it? Oh, my kingdom for a chicken. All they want is a fucking chicken. I'm gonna eat much red meat. That could have been a territorial waters marker, you know, the region. The map of Polo had more incidents than we did. I did, like. You see it, it's section. Got this wind all the way.
Questo fanno like that. Mi piace questa gira in mare. No, sì, sotto di
Northern Israel and that sort of little Palestinian flag hanging off it.
We can just strip our boats and we can
Bit of that, quite a lot of it. But then no one Afrobeat Blues by Oja and Humaskilla live at Wahoo an unidentified ship on the horizon. We're taking a lost preparation or anything.
I'm always getting the wrong name. This is money. Started this back. Huh? Alright. Copy that. Take care as well. Over. Actually, let's get it looks like it's still working. You said the message still working. This is money, Starlink is dropped again. How long do I have to wait? Hangar for you. 660.
Alla fine se loro vogliono fare quello che si vuole by 6:16.
Fingers crossed.
No, veramente shout out to you, Luca, listening to one the time is
Yep. That's the rest of the game.
nonviolent solidarity to the Palestinian people in Gaza. We request you to identify yourself, reminding all of you that any attempt to blockade of the Syrian mission that is bringing humanitarian is prohibited by international law, by the International Court of Justice. This is Geopolitics from the Steering Committee of the Global Sumud Flotilla, requesting identification of the vessels ahead of us.
Well, I can't do it. Yeah, but
Say bye. I love you.
go away.
Tehran, we not only every participant pressure right now. We are reaching the moment of okay.
Share.
Information beam of the Flotilla, which approach with the 11 knots. Now they stop in the position and 5 miles away from Flotilla at ideal condition. For the information.
Alright. To a naval blockade and an illegal naval blockade here. And we are a non-violent peace. And yeah, they everyone to get ready down below and stand by and like with the airport? Two vessels. Swing low by UB40 and 19 sound on Wawa FM. You might know, Lenny Rabbit, it's over till it's over. Next year on Wawa.
Certainly a new setup of they're all within the fleet down here. You see all the blue lights? Oh yeah, there they are. Oh, that's good. Profit.
Yeah.
No. You know there are books like within our let's say okay, here's like okay, just you know. Vamos a cualquier
You know, I like example. Las lesiones anteriores What's up, serious? You're still down to Tehran. December 6th. They're about 1.5 nautical miles off of home. Vamos a llegar ahí, si nos mantenemos bien parados, nos paramos, dice, papel, dice. Bueno, no está.
That was of course Diana Ross on Wahoo. Here's another.
Wow, it's not real.
Go by. Yeah.
It's been 1 mile.
I don't need meters, right?
Yeah.
Saying that we are entering a you're saying that we are entering a place where there's a war crime. This is against international law. International court of justice made a provision ruling that any attempt to hinder humanitarian mission to Gaza is prohibited by international law and is complying with the request to take into account for the crime of genocide. The International Criminal Court has using starvation and poisoning as a weapon of war. Therefore, Flotilla, this is Alma. The first vehicles that are arriving, please prepare for interception. Remain on silent and no circle standards with members of the we are doing this all the dignity with deserve.
Okay, CPS has been transferred. Taking over. It's called from my man not yet received. Bob's lost. Okay, now see my
This way, guys.
Many meters do you think that say 15, 20, I might say 30 something.
Unless you're actively monitoring
everyone on board. POC
24 luci, no?
vedere una barca militare no, sono passate 12 metri andate verso la quello della flotta, adesso stava poi mezzo in fermore che stava arrivando.
Alma has been intercepted, the lead boat of this mission. It's stationary, the Israeli naval vessel, but intercepted it, it's stationary. Commandos haven't yet stepped onto Alma, but the two boats are next to each other, some way behind us, some several hundred meters behind us. It's very dark, so it's hard to know. The only real illumination is the moon. Then we have four smaller, well, we assume smaller vessels, again very hard to tell, behind us. And then we also have a large vessel that we can't identify some way in the distance in front of us, which I think could be a cargo boat because it's moving very slowly and it's kind of moving away from us. I am going to take a quick break because I am in a life jacket, which is very, very hot, and I've been doing this solidly for nearly 2 hours now, hour and a half. So just give me 5 minutes. If anything happens, I will jump back on immediately. Thank you for paying attention to this and for recording it and whatever else in case Instagram takes it down. Some reports that Instagram's been taking Alma's recordings, the lead boat's recordings of these lives. So I will come back shortly. Thanks.
So that was Kieran Andreou speaking from the Adara boat as part of that flotilla. Quite moving.
The drone is very close, okay?
We look so good. Look at that. Very impressive, huh? Good, look at that. How beautiful we look, huh? thing right now.
Yeah.
That
Boats coming our way, and we're preparing for potential interception. It's pretty hot.
Eric Warsaw's on the live. What? Eric Warsaw, the Nazis on the live.
Okay, well. Anyway, sorry, Michael. I'm trying to get you some more reliable coverage here. Give me 1 second.
Actually, hear you fine, David. So just keep telling
talking.
us what's going on with you, because your voice is coming through loud and clear.
That's one of my face on the screen.
Hey guys, I have to.
So yeah, we're seeing just boats basically all around the fleets. We're at the head of the fleet, so we think we might be one of the first boats to be intercepted, and we're just preparing for that possibility because it is dark out here, it's confusing out here, and the communication channels are being jammed regularly, and so we're trying to get some information in what can only be described as a pretty thick fog of war. I mean, morale's high. We're all prepared. The protocols are established. We're ready to do this if that's what Israel wants to do, violate international law and international waters. But it's pretty fine, Michael. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, so just to clarify earlier, because I said it looks as if they might have intercepted armor because people have left the deck. I'm now being told that actually it seems as if they might have walked off the deck, and we don't know why. Obviously, this all just highlights how difficult it is to understand exactly what's going on. Just to clarify, David, you're still sailing towards Gaza, aren't you? It's not as if there's some sort of standoff where you're still waiting for the Israelis to come.
Still cruising at 5 knots. We refuse to respect this completely absurd, fictitious, and illegal line that the State of Israel has drawn in the sea to say this is the red zone. We're not even close to Palestinian waters, or what the Israelis call Israeli waters.
So keep on going. They're trying to set up a kind of standoff as justification for interception, but obviously we're not going to give in to that propaganda. We're going to keep going and keep delivering on our 100% legal human mission. I think it's going to be very easy in the high drama and pyrotechnics of this moment to think about it as two parties facing off. It's not. It's like a bunch of activists on boats who are sailing peacefully towards the shores of Gaza, and one rogue army that's determined to stop them using instruments, lethal and otherwise, that are completely illegal. We're in international waters. I mean, international law has obviously ceased a long time ago, but at this point the Israelis are just laughing at it.
And can you tell us what you have on board? Because obviously, you know, I don't think anyone was expecting the Israelis to let these boats through, so it's somewhat symbolic. What are the resources that you guys are trying to get to Gaza?
We're bringing baby formula, we're bringing food, we're bringing medicine. Those are three of the critical things that we're bringing that we know Gaza lacks so completely. But I mean, Michael, we're not naive about the quantity of aid that's on our ships. The whole point of this exercise was not only to be a lightning rod for land-based mobilizations, but was to invite the states themselves to assume their good faith obligations under international law, to bring their own frigates.
There's a boat coming.
All right, boat's coming. Sorry, Michael, gotta go. Love you guys.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us. All of our solidarity to you and from our viewers as well. So that sounds as if, well, I assume when David's colleague or comrade was saying boats coming, she was referring to an Israeli boat, is what I would imagine. I think my colleague Stephen Meffen, I can probably speak to soon, who has been following this very closely throughout this brave journey of these activists on the flotilla. I should say potentially we might be able to get Kieran back as well. Worth highlighting just how much uncertainty there is at the moment. I think, well, I was about to actually say we might as well get up the feed, but I can see that they've all gone. So there's currently a connection to no boats at the moment, as far as I can tell, although it looks like Captain Nikos might be coming back. If we can show that feed while we get Stephen set up, that would probably be worth doing. Kieran is live again. Should we go back to Kieran if we're able to do that? 1 second. And we will be bringing you Kieran live as soon as we possibly can. Of course, Kieran Andreou on the Adara boat. We heard from him earlier. You just heard there from David Adler from the WWIII, and it sounded as if when I heard one of his colleagues say boat coming, that probably meant one of the Israeli ships. Of course, as we've discussed before, they've all been told to throw their boats over, not their boats, sorry, their phones overboard when the Israelis arrive. I think we can go back to Kieran now. So this is Kieran Andreou.
In the distance, I can see around our smaller sailing vessels, the lights of our smaller sailing. They are lights belonging to Israeli naval vessels. We can't see any more than that. We can't see anything beyond the lights. Can't tell you how big they are. Can't tell you what shape they are. Can't tell you, anything more than that they have green lights. But they do not belong to our flotilla, and they are in the distance, some 500, 600, 700 meters away. They are on the horizon with our boats. But so far we only have confirmation that one of our boats has been boarded, and that's Alma, boarded by IDF commandos. I can see someone asking if someone's died. Nobody's died on board as far as we know, and we would know. So no, that's not true. At this time, that's not true. The next steps are difficult to discern. We don't know what happens next. But if this is a sea kettle and it takes a long time, could take all night, then we will be transferred based on precedent, based on past experience of flotillas being kidnapped in international waters. We'll be taken to the port of Ashdod and processed there. Either we will sign deportation orders or we will refuse, and if we refuse, we will be detained in Israeli custody. And if we're detained in Israeli custody, under international law, Israel has a duty to release us after 96 hours. That's 4 days. What will be pivotal at that juncture will be public pressure in countries like the UK, on my government. It will be potentially decisive. I don't want to overstate the case, but it could make a difference. It could make a significant difference. So please do put as much pressure as you can on your respective government to try and ensure that our human rights are upheld and that we're released as soon as possible. As I say, we've not broken any laws. Israel is breaking the law right now. It's breaking international law by intercepting and invading boats carrying food, medicine, baby formula for people that they have utterly ruined. People that they have starved deliberately and for sport. People that they have shot and maimed and burned alive for fun. All we're trying to do is bring them some very basic food, some very basic medicines that they're being denied, baby formula, and this is the response. Another bracket of international law shattered by Israel flagrantly. Kidnapping foreign nationals in international waters outside of a national water over which it has zero jurisdiction in international law. I'm talking about Palestinian waters outside of Gaza. The world cannot let Israel continue to get away with this stuff. It really cannot. It's a menace. It is an utter menace in the way that it conducts itself. And a day will come not too far in the future when Keir Starmer and Yvette Cooper and everybody else that did Israel's bidding will realise that they squandered their political capital for a state that couldn't care less whether they live or die. Israel has no loyalty to anything or anyone. Okay, there's a bright light flashing behind us. There's a bright light flashing behind us. All of us saw it because everybody kind of turned round. The thing that's alarming is that the previous boat that has intercepted Alma kind of crept up on us. It was very loud when it got here, but it crept up on us. So I think everybody's a little bit jumpy as a result of that. So if you're just joining, I'm on a Dara boat in the Mediterranean Sea as part of the Global Sumud Flotilla, reporting for Navarra media. We're around 70 nautical miles away from the coastline of Gaza, and we are being kidnapped by Israel in international waters. We saw on our radars 10 to 12 naval vessels heading towards us at great pace, and some 40 minutes later they were here. Be careful with the light. Guys, can you turn the light off, guys? You're gonna get... Please don't put the light on.
We are leading the flotilla now.
We're leading the flotilla.
En español, porque no tenemos sindicato de extranjero aquí, necesitamos uno de español.
Leading or leaving? Sorry? Right. Okay. Yes, you're right. So we are. Yeah, we were so close to Gaza, and it's tremendous disappointment. It's a tremendous disappointment that we can't make it. But this flotilla has drawn political successes, and it's placed tremendous political pressure on Israel, I think the like of which it didn't expect. So where we are is that Syria has had its communications cut. It's the second largest boat on the flotilla, and Alma has been boarded by IDF commandos. We are continuing. We're continuing to Gaza. But our boats are being intercepted, so it's probably only a matter of time. At this point, we have to say that, we have to admit it's only a matter of time. They're not going to intercept some and not others. The whole flotilla is being intercepted, kidnapped in international waters. I'm going to take a quick break and then I will come back. So keep a lookout, but I will be back shortly. And if there are any breaking developments, I'll come straight online and update you.
So that was Kieran Andreou speaking again from the Adara boat. Now, we have an update which is not 100% confirmed, but highly likely, which is we think that 3 boats have been intercepted. I just received a message from a friend of David saying that they now believe that their boat has been intercepted, and that David Adler, who we spoke to just a moment ago, will now be in the detention of the Israelis. Apparently what happens now is the Israelis say, will you sign a deportation order? They've all agreed they won't, and then that means they'll be sort of detained. While we sort of, I suppose, continue to try and establish exactly what's going on, we have some clips for you, which people from the flotilla have uploaded in sort of the last hour or so. So let's go to Greta Thunberg.
My name is Greta Thunberg, and I'm currently on board the boat Alma as part of the Global Sumud Flotilla, a peaceful humanitarian mission to deliver aid to the civilian population of Gaza and to break Israel's illegal and inhumane siege. And it is likely to believe that we will be intercepted tonight by Israel, which would be a blatant violation of humanitarian and maritime law. Israel is not immune to international law. They must be held accountable for their war crimes. Stop the genocide, stop the occupation, and free Palestine.
Next, I think we're going to hear from Mandela, who's the grandson of Nelson Mandela.
Comrades and friends, this is Nkosi Zwelithini Mandela, one of the South African delegates from South Africa. We are seeing Israeli force ship that are coming on towards closer to our boat, and a possible interception. And we are calling on the entire global community to ensure that you exert pressure on your governments to call for our safe passage to Gaza. If we are abducted and taken by the Israeli forces, we call on you to exert pressure on your governments to call for our immediate release. Thank you.
Next, we have Yasmin Akar, who's on the steering committee of the Flotilla organization.
My name is Yasmin Akar, steering committee member of the Global Sumud Flotilla. It is 1st of October around 8 p.m. We could detect that there are 10 to 12 vessels 4 miles away from us. One of the vessels is approaching us in high speed. There are approximately 4.3 nautical miles away from us. That means they could be here in 30 to 1 hour. I want to remind everyone what happened last night. We were surrounded by a Navy vessel causing high waves and disrupting our communication, meaning also disrupting our cameras, phones, and our GPS. And tonight we might be going into an interception. We do not know if this will be a violent interception or not, but we are sure that they're going to disrupt all communications, creating a black hole here so that we are cut out from the world. This is also a way to silence solidarity. Would like to repeat again, we are a non-violent mission. We carry no weapons. We are no threat. We are in international waters. If Israel attacks us, this would be a breach of international law, a war crime added to the long list of war crimes of Israel. We are here to deliver humanitarian aid. We are hundreds of activists from around the world. Make sure you sound the alarm. Make sure you have your eyes on Gaza, because this is why we are here. Because there is a genocide. Because there is an 18-year siege.
Next, we've got a clip of Tiago Avila. He's one of the lead organizers of the flotilla. He's addressing here an IDF or IOF soldier who told the flotilla to turn back.
In an active war zone. If you continue and attempt to breach the naval blockade, we will stop your vessel and act to confiscate it through legal proceedings in court. You bear full responsibility for your actions.
Say that we are entering an active war zone, you're saying that we are entering a place where we are committing war crimes. This is against international law. Once again, the International Court of Justice made a provisional ruling that any attempt to hinder a humanitarian mission to Gaza is prohibited by international law and is complying with the request to make you accountable for the crime of genocide. The International Criminal Court has your Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu under an arrest warrant for the crime of starving children and starving people to death using starvation and famine as a weapon of war. Therefore, it's our moral duty to continue sailing. It's our moral duty to refuse any attempt of an occupying force to control humanitarian aid for the Palestinian people in Gaza who have the right of their sovereignty, who have the right of their self-determination and to control their own borders. Therefore, we do not recognize you as a legitimate agent to control any attempt to bring aid to the Palestinian people in Gaza. We request you to stand down, to do not commit another war crime among so many that you've been committing, and to stand down. Do not engage with our peaceful, non-violent, humanitarian solidarity mission for the Palestinian people in Gaza. I advise you again.
The law is very, very clearly on the side of the people in the flotilla being abducted, kidnapped in international water when they are trying to deliver aid to a people suffering genocide and being stopped by an army doing a genocide who say this is a war zone, so you can't enter it. It's only a war zone because they're committing a genocide against a people they have been occupying and oppressing for decades. I think we can now go back to Kieran Andreou, who's speaking live again.
Yes, it is psychological warfare. I can see someone saying that in the comments. It is absolutely psychological warfare. Yeah, they think that they can wear us down, but they've been doing this from the start. I mean, they've been dropping drones and all the rest of it, trying to get everybody, doubting their decision to come on this mission, and that's what they do. They try to manipulate the minds. And okay, it's back. Bright light coming up to the left of the boat, approaching us. See if I can.
Todavía ainda não.
No, shut it off again. Shut the light off again. It's trying. No, it's very difficult to actually see the boat. What we see is the very bright light when it comes on and it's pursuing us.
Tá ali, ó. A luz verde e branca. É aqui ou tá aqui? Ali. A luz verde e branca. Parece bem mais próximo do meio da luz.
We are moving. It's back. Can you see that?
Não é aquele, não pode ser aquele lá do fundo. Está mesmo aqui.
Can you see that? See that? That is an Israeli boat pursuing us, shining a bright light every now and again, and then shutting it off. Just because that's their idea of a fun. I can't remember the day of the week, to be honest. They all blown into one. Their idea of a fun evening.
Às vezes aconteceu ao final porque aquela luz é luz de mastro e não parece que eu tenho barcos à vela.
So, the light's been shut off again, and yeah, it's back.
It's back, but I'm not sure it's the vessel.
I mean,
it can be one of us just looking to see where we are.
It's possible.
Because I don't know.
Pretty surprised.
No?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to ascertain what's going on, basically, but we heard a noise, we saw a bright light, it comes and goes. But it's very dark out there. Very, very dark out there indeed. Any updates?
No. You know it was already
boarded.
Yeah?
Boarded. I've only heard of Alma. Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I've heard. Well, we had it confirmed on this boat that Alma's been boarded. That's all I can say. Thanks for your attention, guys. Thank you for watching all of this and for supporting the flotilla. I don't really want to end live yet, even though there isn't that much. I mean, there is a lot happening, but you know what I mean. I don't want to end live because things just happen so quickly here. Israelis just come out of nowhere. Their boats are very loud when they're near you, but they're silent up until that point. The light is back. The light is back. The light is back. Trying to get it. There's another one over there. And behind us, right behind us, it's getting very near now. And over there as well. So we've got 2 boats with bright lights. We assume boats, bright lights, coming towards us. Yeah, they're coming to us. They're coming to us. We assume they're coming to us because they're shining their bright lights from 2 angles and they want to pursue us. So maybe they're going to board, and if that's the case, I have to throw my phone over into the sea when everybody else does, as a safety protocol to ensure that the Israelis don't get a scintilla of our data or information. Yeah, is that a 3rd one? No, there's 2. There's 2. There's one behind, one over there.
¿Quién da la orden de los teléfonos?
So, we're sailing still. We're still sailing. But we've got one behind us and one to the side of us. That's the one to the side of us. That's the one behind. The one behind us is sharp as light now. That's the one to the side of us. It's still shining. It's light on our boat. So this is our deck. I can't shine any lights, I'm afraid, because it will imperil us, put us in danger. And then beyond,
Sit down.
Can everybody sit?
Don't. Masmi, não fica com essas coisas na mão, eles estão focando a gente.
Guys, please sit.
Sit down.
And then beyond that, we have lights out at sea.
Take your positions if you can, please.
And I've just got confirmation from somebody on land that, not from somebody on the flotilla, from somebody on land, that Sirius, the 2nd largest vessel on this flotilla since my old boat, family boat, fell out and was decommissioned, that Sirius has been boarded. So that's Alma and Sirius have been boarded by IDF commandos who are intent on kidnapping people on a humanitarian mission in international waters. If that doesn't frighten you, whether you're on the left or the right of politics, then you are too docile. 69 miles from Gaza. We're currently 69 miles from Gaza. So while our other boats are being boarded, we are in the surreal position of being only 69 miles from Gaza and sailing forward towards it, towards Gaza. So yeah, it's a very strange juxtaposition. That's the light still shining on us ever so brightly. Where? Yeah, that's right. Mariana has just pointed out to me that there's a kind of searchlight. It's different to the light on the other side. You probably can't see it, maybe you can. On the other side of the boat, it's a kind of searchlight. On this side, very distinctive. We will blind you. Israeli naval vessel style light. We're sailing, we're still going. We're still sailing. All of this because we wanted to deliver a little bit of aid. I mean, how utterly self-defeating and spiteful. I mean, I suppose those incredibly tame things to say about a state committing genocide, but still, it never ceases to amaze me. All of this bullshit.
cooperantes, activistas, periodistas, observadores internacionales en una misión pacífica para entregar ayuda humanitaria a Gaza. Desde este momento les pido a toda la comunidad internacional.
I've just seen someone in the comments say they're scared of bread. Yes, they are. They are scared of bread. They're scared of Palestinians with bread, that's for sure. Yeah. So a message just come through that there's visual evidence of Alma being boarded. I don't know about Sirius, but both are confirmed. You should all know that whether you are able to get hold of sources right now or not, it is confirmed that Alma and Sirius have both been boarded by the IDF. There's that light still trying steadfastly to guide us. Light. Maybe it's not that nice for you to constantly see bright light. I just thought that I would show you what's what they're trying to do. Presumably they get nearer and nearer aboard the boat, and just as soon as they feel confident that they can. And then phones will be in the water. Unfortunately, it's bad for the environment, but there isn't an alternative. And you can watch the live feeds. I don't know if they'll cut those. They probably will as soon as they can, but still stay across that. And then you can watch Navarra for analysis, including, I believe, people who have been on the flotilla with me and have subsequently. Our camera's back up, is it? People who've been on the flotilla with me in the past month, over the past month. Well worth listening to. If it's the guests that I think it is, Yusuf and Matilda, they're both fantastic, and they've got a good inside track on the flotilla and all things related. I've just seen somebody say don't stop recording when they board. Unfortunately, we have to throw our phones in the sea, because if we carry on filming when they board, they will take our phones and they will unravel our data. They'll have all the information at hand that we have been pinging back and forth to family members, to friends, and to fellow journalists, activists, doctors, etc. on this mission. And that is the last thing that we want to hand to the IDF. So unfortunately we can't film them when they board. Our phones have to go in the sea to ensure that the IDF has no way of getting hold of our information. So what you can sort of see, maybe, is we're at the back of the boat and back of the deck, top deck, at the back, and I'm filming forwards and beyond. Crew members and captain standing at the front. We've got boats shining a bright light, and the light has just gone out, so perhaps they are planning on boarding our boat any minute. I don't know. The light has gone out. Or has it? Has it just been eclipsed behind the front of the boat? I can't see. I think it's gone out.
Estão ali à frente.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. It's
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Okay, so we have a large naval vessel coming round.
Going away.
Seems to be moving away, but it can move. Let's go to Gaza. Having prowled. What is that? There's a motor noise somewhere. There's a motor noise somewhere. And of course the Israelis do this at night. The IDF does this at night for precisely this reason. Because you're limited in what you can see and what you can know. Sensory information is impaired, and so it creates space for doubt, and in the doubt and confusion, fear. A boat's coming at high speed. Can you take your positions, yeah? Take positions, the boat's coming at high speed, guys. The boat is coming to us at high speed, right? One sec. Shining a bright light on us. Can you hear that and can you see that? It's firing liquid at us. It's firing some kind of liquid at us. We don't know what it is. They're shouting stuff in Hebrew. Shouting stuff in Hebrew. Firing a very, very bright light at us. And they're firing water. We can see soldiers now at the back. See soldiers at the back there. So I would say that it's almost certain that we're being boarded, guys. Almost certain that we're being boarded here.
They're speaking in Spanish. They say that if we follow, nothing will happen.
Okay, they're instructing us that if we follow their rules, nothing will happen to us. So we are being encircled, we're being encircled by this one vehicle, this large vehicle. Hard to give you a sense of how big and imposing it is. It's coming round my side now. What are we doing? Hands up. Hands up, everybody. Can you put your fucking hands up, please? Hands up, every last person.
Okay, phones on the water, please. Phones on the water.
Okay, guys, this is
So we just heard the last thing we heard from Kieran was someone on the boat saying phones over the water
protocol when the boat was being boarded. And you can see here, I mean, I'm sure that's a military Israeli ship there, the light you can see. And it looked as if, I mean, it's pretty certain, wasn't it, that they were being boarded. And Kieran will now... Oh, he's back live, so he hasn't thrown his phone in the sea. Let's go back to Kieran, sorry.
My phone's going into the water. Phones are going into the water. Okay, now.
So that was presumably the point, that the phone went into the water. So we made that assumption a little bit too early there. So it seems as if the Israelis have mounted the Adara or boarded the Adara ship and are presumably detaining everyone. Now, I mean, it was interesting, wasn't it, to sort of hear how strongly everyone was sort of saying, put your hands up, sit down. It seems like they're a very disciplined bunch of people who want to give the Israelis absolutely no excuse whatsoever to open fire or harm someone, because they want to make it very, very clear that they are purely peaceful. Obviously, they're more than peaceful. They're humanitarians. They are trying to give some relief to people suffering a man-made famine and a genocide. As far as I understand, there's confirmation that a number of the boats have now been intercepted. I mean, I think we can interpret here that the Adara has been intercepted. That bright light there, presumably from an Israeli ship. I'm not sure if we want to go to... So Alma and Sirius have been boarded and the Adara has been intercepted. An update for you there. Do we want to go to Stephen or Yusuf, or what are we thinking, guys? We'll go to Stephen. I'm going to be joined now by my colleague Stephen Meffin, who's been following the flotilla very closely for the past 31 days. I think that's how long it has been going. Stephen, I suppose, fill us in. Let me know what you think about what you've seen so far this evening. Has this gone as you would have expected?
I mean, those scenes at the end there, Michael, were completely chilling and terrifying all the way, thousands of miles away here in London. I can't imagine what it'd be like to be on the deck of that ship, knowing that naval vessels manned by psychopaths are coming to take you away. And knowing, of course, the history of the IDF's ability to kill thousands, tens of thousands of Palestinians with total impunity, but also to kill citizens of countries outside of the region, like, for instance, the British security guards in the World Central Kitchen bombing, where nobody seemed to care at all that they had been killed, and of course there is the context of the Mavi Marmara 2010 ship that was part of a flotilla of only 6 boats that didn't even get as far as the Sumud Flotilla has got this time. They were about 100 nautical miles away from Gaza when the IDF intercepted them. And Mavi Marmara, one of those ships, was boarded by soldiers and 10 people were killed. What was reassuring, though, Michael, was seeing how absolutely calmly and with this kind of familiar wry steadiness, Kieran responded to the entry of the soldiers onto the ship, and that is so important because we also have to remember that these soldiers are not well trained. They are young kids on the whole, completely indoctrinated by the society from which they come, who are receiving less and less training before they get sent out because Israel is on its, I believe, 5th conscription since the beginning of the genocide. So that calmness that Kieran exhibited, that steadiness, the way that on the boat you could hear other people trying to enforce discipline on people who attempted to stand up or turn on their phone lights or get a good picture or whatever, very reassuring. Because in the case of the Mavi Marmara, there are lots of conflicting reports about what happened there. But one report is that some people resisted, and that then turned into a massacre. So the stakes here incredibly high, very frightening and dangerous situation. So very reassured to see the training that all of these passengers and crew members, people on this humanitarian mission have been given, has been so fully absorbed. In terms of what I expect to see, I did expect to see this kind of operation when I was watching, as we were preparing for the possibility of an interception last night. I was watching the fleet sail patterns quite carefully, and it looked to me like they would be moving along in quite a tight knot, and then every time it seemed like the Israelis were approaching, they'd sort of loosen the knot in a way that
I thought looked like they were expecting a kettle, and therefore making it slightly more difficult for the IDF to surround them and press them into one place. But there are 40 boats here, 40 odd boats. There are 500 people just about on those boats. It's a big operation for the IDF to round up those people, get them off those boats, and then sail all those boats back to shore in Israel, where a lot could go wrong. And this kind of, as we saw from Kieran, in that amazing, affecting, almost perfect reporting, that calmness and the calmness of those around him means that it's less likely for something to go wrong, for those trigger-happy Israeli soldiers to be given a reason to fire.
And I suppose what we're expecting to happen now is they get detained. I suppose the boats presumably get towed back to Israeli ports, one would imagine. And then, as you say, around 500 people on these boats will all be taken into detention and detained. As far as I understand, they get the option of sort of signing a thing, agreeing to be deported, which is sort of what the Israelis want. But then if they decline to do that, they get detained, and then presumably some further process has to go through. I mean, what can you tell us about what we should expect to happen now? For obviously, we can see here the Fair Lady boat. Not all of the boats have yet been boarded. Presumably, it could take a very long time for Israel to board all of them. But what would we expect to happen now to those people who have been detained?
Well, it's just as you say, Michael. I mean, there are some slight differences. So, for example, people who are Israeli citizens can't be deported, and that includes some Palestinians. So if they have an Israeli passport, they go through a different process, which doesn't involve deportation. They have to get seen by a different court. But yes, for the rest, they will be held overnight, and I think they will be given the offer probably quite early tomorrow morning to either self-deport or to be detained until an official deportation can be ordered by a court. And those courts will be working long and hard to get through 500 people. It's a pretty good strategy here, actually, because in a sense what you're doing is not only are the volunteers here drawing the world's eyes to Gaza, and I'm very glad that this evening we could be part of what draws the world's eyes to the flotilla when they need us most to be watching them. But not only are they drawing the world's eyes to Gaza, they're also going to be jamming up its administrative systems, its courts, its cells. They're going to be, so just the presence of that number of people who have to be processed is going to cause some troubles for the Israeli state.
I suppose before then, so how long are you imagining this will take? So there were upwards of 40 boats. It seems like they've gone for the largest boats, or the boats that are sort of at the head of the flotilla first. I'm not sure how it's going to work with sort of these smaller boats, or these boats that are further behind. I mean, I can see one boat there in the top corner of my screen, which looks like there are quite a number of people on it. Oh, that's the Aurora, isn't it? So yeah, how do you see the night playing out?
I think it'll be long and it'll be slow, and they'll go one by one. They'll have to have some ships that will transport people to Ashdod, the port where people have been taken in the past. So, if you imagine that being like a kind of bus system, they'll have to wait for buses to be unloaded and emptied. They might have more than one, but it'll take quite a while. And of course, you've got to go around each and every one of those boats. You've got to approach carefully so you don't sink it, so you don't founder it. You've got to make sure that everyone disembarks safely. You've got to make sure that everybody is, and they'll, knowing that the eyes of the world are on them, the Israelis will want this operation to go well as well, especially given that there's a peace deal on the table that they're very keen for everyone to sign up to. So it'll take a long time. When did the boats arrive? They arrived 2 hours ago now, more or less. And we've seen, 3 boats so far intercepted or boarded, maybe 4. So at that rate, you're looking at 20 hours. I don't know that it's gonna. I don't know that it's gonna take that long. They'll probably speed up there are many smaller boats to be disembarked. I guess in some ways, though, the smaller boats can be the more dangerous ones because it's more risky, because they're more easy to capsize or easier to sink.
No, I mean, you mentioned this peace deal that Israel is, I mean, we should say quote unquote peace deal that Israel and Trump and Tony Blair, and I mean, Keir Starmer has backed it now as well, hasn't he? Are trying to get people to sign on to. Now, of course, the aim of this flotilla is to. Oh, actually, look! Oh, I was seeing someone on the Aurora put their hands up. That looks like they're about to get boarded. You can see sort of potentially the flashing light of a military vehicle. Again, this is all speculative, isn't it? I don't want to make it seem as if I know exactly what's going on, but from what we can see, and then it looks like the Aurora has now cut out. So I presume what we just witnessed there was the Aurora boat being boarded. Can you see the same thing that I can see, Stephen? Just so I can get your opinion as well. If you can't, don't worry.
I'm just seeing a dark screen with Aurora across it. Is it Aurora that you're looking at?
It was Aurora that I was looking at. I can now see Fair Lady, but I was just interested in if you interpreted those pictures the same way that I did. It looks as if the Aurora has now been boarded, but again, that's very much unconfirmed. I was just asking you about that quote-unquote peace deal, wasn't I? So obviously the purpose of this flotilla, Aurora's back up and they're still on there, so maybe I was being a bit presumptuous there. Very risky to try and say anything's happened, obviously, when the information I'm getting is actually very similar to the information our audience are getting. Yes, this quote-unquote peace deal. So one purpose of this flotilla is to, I suppose, bring the world's attention to the man-made famine in Gaza, the siege of Gaza. There is now this claim being made by Trump, by the Israelis, by Tony Blair, by the Brits, that this siege could only end if Hamas were to sign up to this deal. Of course, one of the 20 points in that deal was that they will start to allow aid into Gaza if Hamas agreed to the deal, which very much sort of, I suppose, is proving that they were using starvation as a political weapon and are using starvation as a political weapon. What is your interpretation of the significance of this event, sort of this flotilla approaching Gaza, as the propaganda campaign to push the deal sort of fought up by Trump and Netanyahu and Tony Blair is going into overdrive?
It's very interesting. I don't know if someone's discussed this on the show already tonight, but just yesterday, I think, Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Israel, of Italy rather, who had sent a ship to accompany the flotilla as far as the sort of orange line, as they call it, the line beyond which people have been abducted before on these boats. She encouraged them to turn back for the sake of peace. She said that they're continuing to go forward, put the peace deal at risk. Now, that to me is a crazy assertion, that the presence of a humanitarian mission would put the peace deal that everybody seems to now have signed up to, except for Hamas, and I don't know if the Palestinian Authority has a say about it yet, but a crazy proposition that the presence of these 40 boats, that this peace deal is so tendentious and so fragile that they might jeopardize it. And it seemed an extraordinary piece of kind of propagandist manipulation that it sort of tied into the idea that Israel had already been setting out, that this was somehow a Hamas flotilla, that there was something dangerous about this flotilla that would continue Israel's genocide, and almost as saying something like, if the deal falls through, which it may well do, it'll be on the heads of the flotilla because they're the ones who didn't follow the order to fall back and therefore allowed the genocide to continue. Absolutely ridiculous, performative, political nonsense. And I think it shows how desperate, really desperate, the international community is for this deal to get done.
Not because they care about Palestinians at all. We've seen for the last 2 years that they don't care in the least about the lives of Palestinians in Gaza, but rather because it's becoming so increasingly evident that they themselves are complicit in the genocide that we've been seeing going on for nearly 2 years now, by their failure to act to follow or to live up to their obligations as signatories to the Genocide Convention. That ICJ ruling that we had in early 2024, which said Israel must do everything it can to prevent genocide from occurring, and that it must allow humanitarian aid into the enclave. No international party to that convention has in any way attempted to enforce it. And now we've recently had the UN coming out and saying this is officially a genocide being enacted in Gaza. And that's on top of countless legal scholars and experts and humanitarian organizations saying that for a long time, including us saying it for a really long time. It's come to the point where it's completely incontrovertible. And so the only way out for those governments who have totally failed to intervene here is for them to get this peace deal come what may. And the small risk that the flotilla posed to it was enough for the Prime Minister of Italy to make a statement encouraging them to come back. Ridiculous.
But just to highlight how much uncertainty there is in all of the reporting this evening, I can now see that the WWIII ship hasn't been boarded. So that's the boat that David Adler was on, who we spoke to earlier. We had assumed sort of the nature that conversation ended. It seemed as if they were about to be boarded. A friend of David had sent out a message, sort of, he clearly believed that boat had been boarded and David Adler had been detained. But we can now see from the live feed that that's not quite the case. Well, not quite, it's just not the case. You can see there are people on Mango Boat who are waving and looking in high spirits. And so the number of boats here, the number of people, is demonstrating how long this could take. I suppose we were maybe coming to this with the attitude that sort of, and I think David actually, when he was speaking, sort of the Israeli warship is coming, so that means we're about to be boarded. It seems as if this is actually going to be quite a complicated operation. So it might be the case that the Israeli warship sort of approaches and then goes away, and then approaches and then goes away as they work out sort of exactly what they're going to do and in what order. Yeah, I mean, what's your advice in terms of how to interpret this, Stephen? It's somewhat confusing, isn't it? Sort of seeing these feeds pop up and then go away again, and then you assume that they've been boarded and detained, and then they pop up again.
Look, I can give you an example of very recent experience, which is obviously very different in many ways, which is that, as some of our regulars will know, I've covered the Defend Our Juries protests over Palestine Action, where we've seen, hundreds of people holding up signs which are now illegal due to the prescription of Palestine Action, and then being arrested by the police. And those operations take hours and hours and hours. They go well into the night, even into the early hours of the next morning. And that's just to arrest individual human beings, maybe 1,000 of them, maybe 1,200 of them. And what the police do there is they have a similar tactic of kind of, because the numbers are so huge, they sort of want to kind of create a sense of anxiety and the hope that people move back, or they give up more easily, or they don't lie down. And so, they don't resist in the same kinds of ways. And so this kind of kettling technique, and then the kind of sweeping in and pulling out and coming by fast to make people nervous or to get them ready for what's going to happen, seems familiar from that. I mean, obviously it's a totally different operation. There we're talking about cops. Here we're talking about, naval vessels, and as I said before, psychopaths. So very different. But I think that the techniques being used will be very much the same, which is that you want to create distance. The way that you're going to pick which boats you're going to target is going to create distance between the boats so that you can get more boats in between, so that you can surround them more. You want to get people off with as little resistance as possible, so preferably voluntarily. To do that, you want to really tire them out first. You want them to be cold. You want them to be desperate to get inside. You want them, to be willing to come over rather than having to be carried off or marched off. So that's the way it will unfold, and I think that will just take a very long time, because of course the people who are on this mission are not likely to give in very quickly. I'm not saying they're going to resist, but I think they're very likely to, they're very committed to getting to Gaza. I mean, I think we can all understand that is not going to happen, but they're still committed to remaining here and keeping eyes on things for as long as possible. So it'll be a kind of battle of wills. It will go for a long time, but eventually Israel will clear everybody off of those boats, and they will all end up in Asdod. And in fact, that is the best case scenario, because the other scenario is that something violent happens, and nobody wants to see that.
So, just to sort of remind our audience, what we can confirm is that 3 boats, Alma, Sirius, and Adara, have been boarded, and either the people on those boats have been detained or are in the process of being detained. So that's 3 boats that can be confirmed as being boarded. That does mean that there are potentially 38 to go. So that could take an enormous amount of time. That comparison actually to the Defend Our Juries protest, very interesting, I think, Stephen, because obviously that was, 100 or so people. I mean, almost 1,000 at some point, wasn't it? But
Yeah.
there were people who were sitting down in a square, which is logistically, it seems to me, a much simpler operation than 500 people on boats in the night, in the sea. So the fact that it took the Metropolitan Police 9 hours to arrest a few hundred people sitting down with signs in Parliament Square does suggest that this, you would have thought, might take longer than that.
Oh yeah, but this is going to be an all-nighter, if not going into tomorrow morning. I'd put money on that.
What do you think is the significance of this in terms of, I mean, to me it seems politically significant that Israel started the process, or that their original messaging, let's say, when it came to this flotilla, was that these are all Hamas. It seemed very worrying that they were calling them terrorists, and therefore there was a big worry that they were just going to out and out try and sink these boats or kill these people, because that's what they do once they call someone a terrorist. I mean, it's obviously very early days, but it does seem like there was a bigger backlash to that attempt than the Israelis might have been expecting.
Well, there was a big backlash for a number of reasons. I mean, not least of all because, in one of their pieces of pathetic propaganda, they appeared to have a picture of George Galloway as a Hamas member behind Greta Thunberg. But the other thing is, I think that at this point, Israel does want this peace deal. I think they are exhausted militarily. I think they're in an economically very bad situation. I think internationally, they're incredibly isolated to the point where it's not clear that it's recoverable for them. And they need the backing of the world at this stage to protect them from the potential of, really very serious. I mean, we all know that we have very little faith now in our kind of institutions, our sort of international governance institutions like the ICJ or like the UN, who've done very, very little to protect Palestinians during all of this. But I still think there is this fear that what has happened so far is hugely internationally isolating. And if they were to do anything, like, for instance, injure these people or kill these people on the flotilla, who are now extremely well known around the world for their bravery and for their courage, if they were to do that, that peace deal would become untenable for the governments of many of the countries who have citizens on board this flotilla. That is what I think the political thinking here must be for Israel. There's high stakes here because they do want this war to be over. There is a deal on the table, but it would be very easy for people to pull out of that deal if, the images of young, brave people being shot or drowned by the IDF, international people being shot or drowned by the IDF, were to be broadcast around the world tomorrow morning.
I think we can show graphics of where the flotilla currently is in terms of sort of its geographical position. So you can see there, I mean, the text is unfortunately a little bit small for me to work out how many nautical miles that is, but you can sort of see that geographically it is getting closer to Israel, to Gaza. I suppose what you could also see from that is it is way out of any territorial waters. This is very much in international waters and very much is kidnapping. I don't know how much detail you'll be able to go into, Stephen, but if you could speak to the legal situation here, because the Israeli argument is that these boats are entering a war zone and therefore they have the right, I suppose, to intercept and detain these boats. The argument, which seems much more persuasive to me, from the people on the flotilla is that they're very much in international waters. The only reason they're there is because they're trying to relieve people suffering a genocide and a siege, and that therefore this is kidnapping. But what is the legal situation here? And I suppose, what have been the legal arguments when this has happened previously? Is this sort of another situation where most people agree that Israel is breaking the law, but they'll get away with it anyway?
I mean, there are no legal arguments because Israel never gets taken to legal task over any of this. The last two boats, the Madeleine and the Handler, that were stopped, there's never been any requirement for Israel to answer questions about why they stopped them or under what law they stopped them. I don't know what law says that an actor in a war can determine the boundaries of that war and can determine that the boundaries extend 150 nautical miles out to sea. Maybe someone out there is a legal expert and can correct me on that. Certainly, these waters are not Israel's waters, and indeed, the path that the flotilla has sort of set, the course it's set towards Gaza, doesn't go through Israel's waters. So, I don't think there is any legal basis for the claim that Israel has the right to enter these waters and forcibly remove people from ships bearing the flags of many, many countries around the world. That is piracy. I mean, that is what Kieran kept calling it. These are pirates who are just coming and boarding ships and taking the people off and kidnapping them and holding them hostage, taking them back to Israel. Once they're on Israeli territory, then Israeli law applies to them. But I will say that there is another aspect of law here, which is that the International Court of Justice, when South Africa brought the case for an advisory on whether or not Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, the court was very clear that Israel should not impede the passage of humanitarian aid into Gaza. In fact, Israel had a responsibility to increase the humanitarian aid, the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Now, Israel has totally ignored the increasing part, and it is totally ignoring the impeding part, not only in terms of UN agencies, but here with the flotilla. Now we know, look, the flotilla is carrying some aid into Gaza. It is a fairly symbolic amount of aid. The point is to break the siege. The legality of that siege, whether it's something that it is illegal to break, seems highly unlikely to me because, according to the ICJ, the siege itself is illegal and Israel shouldn't be doing it. They were instructed not to do it by the ICJ. Of course, these legal matters mean absolutely nothing, Michael, if nobody is enforcing it. And the international community, the UN, whose job it is to enforce the rulings of the ICJ, is doing nothing about it. And it was very interesting to me, I don't know if you saw this, but Matt Kennard posted this afternoon a really startling image of the skies above the southeastern corner of the Mediterranean where the flotilla is now. And he was like, it's completely empty of air traffic. So there has been some kind of agreement to remove all of the air traffic from that area while this operation occurs this evening.
Interesting. To make it easier for the Israelis to do this, because I saw that tweet as well. He was saying it's very unusual in that situation for that to be the case. I suppose lots of confusion. I remember when we first reported it, the idea that the Italians were sending frigates, that seemed like a somewhat brave thing for the Italians to do. Seems like that wasn't necessarily, they didn't necessarily have fantastic intentions. What do you make of the international intervention in this situation?
I mean, I think those international interventions are really for domestic audiences. So you had Italy, you had Spain, and you had Turkey. The Italian case, they were quite clear from the beginning that they were sending along a ship to protect Italian citizens on board. And then we had, as I mentioned before, this announcement by Giorgia Meloni that the flotilla should turn back because it was putting peace at risk. They also offered, I believe, to take the aid for them and take it to Israel to be distributed to Gaza. The same with Spain. Spain, it seemed as though they took at least rhetorically, a much stronger line. They also turned back at the orange line, and Turkey did the same. Now you could say, look, none of these countries want to instigate a war with Israel. None of them want to get caught up in a naval, in attacking an Israeli naval ship or being attacked by an Israeli naval ship. So, therefore, thought out of the interest of international peace, they should move out of those regions or not cross into those regions. But the problem is, there is no international peace. There is a genocide continuing in Gaza at the moment. So, I don't think they ever had any intention of doing anything more than a kind of photo op, taking the flotilla along to the line, and then at the last minute trying to persuade them to turn back. And that was entirely for domestic audiences. They have to show that they are at least trying to do something to protect their citizens.
Oh, sorry. Why didn't our government think they had to do something for their domestic audience? Because, if the Italians, if their intervention was somewhat for show, our government didn't even bother with that.
Well, our government hasn't bothered with much, has it, Michael? And I tell you what, if you want to see a very interesting interview, you should go and watch Owen Jones interviewing Labour MP Luke Akehurst at Labour conference this weekend. I won't spoil it for you. It's quite a sight. Owen Jones asks him, presents him with the evidence of genocide, presents him with scholars, the UN, etc. And Akehurst just sort of says, well, I don't believe it, and neither does the British government. And Owen presses and presses, and Luke Akehurst says, well, you've got your opinions and I've got mine. And Owen's like, well, I've got facts. What are your facts? And then he storms off out of the interview. That is really the British government. The British government has sort of formed an opinion, which is not an opinion based on facts, but is an opinion based on political convenience, political allyship. And for the sake of that political convenience and that political allyship, it has done zero to protect its citizens. There are several British citizens on board boats in this flotilla. When the drone strikes happened, especially the ones off the coast of Crete, the rather large ones, we at Navarra wrote to the Foreign Office to ask what they were doing. And I believe that we still haven't had a reply.
This is interesting. I hadn't quite realised this. So my colleague Charlotte England saying, as a journalist and half Palestinian, Kieran has been advised to sign an immediate deportation order. Other people who are less at risk might make a political decision not to sign anything and be held longer as a result. And so Kieran should therefore be deported within a day or two. Of course, this is all very much uncertain. It remains to be seen whether or not this will happen. And that's very relevant, actually, isn't it? Because, obviously, the fact that Kieran is half Palestinian is one of the reasons he's felt strongly enough to go on this and why he can speak so powerfully about participating in this. We know, though, that being half Palestinian is a big risk to you if you're dealing with the Israeli state. I mean, I think Shireen Abu Akleh was Palestinian American, wasn't she? So her dual citizenship didn't protect her. So, yeah, I mean, the situation for people being detained will presumably be somewhat different depending on where they're from. I mean, how much sort of status and whether they're famous, that might make a difference, but also probably the country on their passport will be more important than anything else.
Totally. I mean, I didn't mention Kieran being half Palestinian before because I wasn't sure how wise it was to do now. But I think that it's well known. He's mentioned it many times on this show before. But yeah, he's certainly going to. If he were to be detained, I think he would certainly come in for different treatment from. The white participants in this, and I say white because there are Israel is not a society that is just racist against Palestinians, although that is where most of the racism is targeted. I think that people from other countries in the global south may find themselves also having a hard time when if they're detained in Israel. And it doesn't even have to be a question of the state. It can just be a question of the guard, of the officer who is processing you, what their views are, the kind of impunity they have to act when you're alone with them in a small space or when you're being processed in some way. So yeah, the dangers will be higher for Kieran, and they will be higher for many people than they will be for someone well known like Greta Thunberg, for example, who is also white. I think, yeah, that's certainly true, and I'm very glad to hear that Kieran is going to sign an immediate deportation order.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be good to see him soon, hopefully. It is Yom Kippur at the moment, which means that that could also slow things down. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I think it definitely will, because I think most things will be closed down. Apparently, the soldiers involved in the operation tonight were given special dispensation to participate, given the holiness of this holiday.
It looks like the Yulara is going to be intercepted. That's what I'm being told. Although again, I mean, I can see the Yulara there, and it doesn't look like that's imminent. Obviously, the Oila, which we thought was going to be intercepted a while ago, very much has not been intercepted. And you can see everyone's got their life jackets on. This is all apparently according to the plan. They had, in other news, Italy's USB union have called for a 24-hour general strike, apparently, in protest over the interception of the flotilla on October the 3rd. I mean, this has certainly drawn a lot of attention. I mean, we've got 13,000 people watching our stream. I think this is the most we've ever had watching a Novara Media stream. So clearly this has captured the imagination of much of the world. And there's another 16,000 people watching the Middle East Eyes version. So together that makes 30,000. Lots of people tweeting about this. Lots of people talking about this on Instagram. Jim Marshall says Michael's track record at predicting boardings isn't the best. I will accept that, Jim Marshall. I am no expert at predicting precisely when the Israelis are going to board one of these boats. And this is my first time doing live coverage of a sort of humanitarian boats being intercepted by one of the world's leading militaries. The Dara, so I'm just getting more information about sort of the different people who are on the different boats. So the two biggest and lead boats with all the organisers were had the big names. Adara, which is the third largest, which our colleague Kieran was on, had many Spanish politicians on board, which is potentially why the Spanish government were somewhat proactive. Obviously, I don't think there weren't any British MPs on board, which would have been probably relevant if they had been. Very brave of those Spanish MPs to get on there. I think there were politicians from Podemos on one of those boats. Stephen, I suppose talk us through who had participated in this flotilla. Everyone, of course, knows Greta Thunberg, and everyone knows Kieran Andreou. Everyone knows David Adler because they've both been on our show. Who else do you think are sort of the most significant participants on this?
Now you're asking me something that I don't really know, that I haven't really followed. I've been thinking much more about sort of the way that this is going to unfold, and things like what kinds of drones have been dropped on them and stuff like that. I mean, I know there are, as you say, MPs, French MP. There are various well-known journalists who won't be known to us, but will be known to audiences in their own countries. There are artists. There are. I don't know if there are actors anymore. There were certainly some well-known actors earlier on, but yeah, that's I'm afraid not part of my expertise. All the range of people that are making up these 500 incredibly brave people who've undertaken this mission.
Tig Hickey, of course, also, yeah, on these boats. Another person who was co-hosted for Novara Media. Apparently, Tig was on Alma, so the largest boat until Family broke. That was the boat that Kieran was on, and then he volunteered to move to a tiny boat. So obviously, I think Ada Colau is apparently on it. I didn't realize that. Ada Colau, former mayor of Barcelona. She's when I lived in Madrid for a year, she's one of their, that was back in 2015, but she's a huge politician. She's a really big name, Ada Colau, and of course former mayor of Barcelona. She was I think she was an independent at the time, or she was part of one of those municipal movements that had grown up. She was part of La PA, which was the movement which was anti-repossession of homes by banks. Rima Hassan also is on Captain Nikos. I think we can see. I can't actually see Captain Nikos on my screen in front of me now, but we have been seeing that throughout the evening. She's going for a second time, apparently. Tig is on the Metake, I think is how it's pronounced, in the bottom right. So we can see if we can make out him. I can't at this point. It would be good to see Tig's face. I can't wait to get his update from what has happened. I suppose. So last time apparently she was held for 3 days and went on hunger strike. Rima Hassan is a Palestinian French MEP.
So French politicians on there as well. Lots of people in the comments. Should the veterans not have been spread out across more boats, or have they been?
I'm not sure that some of these questions are going to be somewhat detailed for me. You can see an image there of going out to sea, and I presume those bright lights are potentially from Israeli warships. Let's see if we'll get any update. Oh, someone says you just saw Tig's legs coming into screen from the right. So that's good to know and good to see. Someone's saying Mushtaq Ahmed Khan from Pakistan. I'm not entirely sure who that is, but as you say, lots and lots of brave people on this boat. Mariana Mortagua, I probably have butchered that name somewhat, Portuguese MP and leader of their biggest left-wing party in Portugal, is also aboard. Very impressive. I mean, I suppose the fact that it started in Barcelona potentially means that there's a good representation from Iberian politicians, but also Spain has been particularly strong on Palestine and Gaza for a long time now. The Irish as well, of course.
It's also...
sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, it's also countries that have got left-wing parties, established left-wing parties. Those are the MPs who are getting on, right? You wouldn't expect to see anyone from the Labour Party going onto this flotilla because they're part of the Labour Party. But countries with established left-wing parties are sending left-wing MPs on the flotilla.
I thought that there was someone from the Italian Democrats on there when we sort of covered the Israeli frigate going there, and they are their centre-left party. But no, I take your point. It would have been very surprising if any Labour politicians were to get involved. Maybe if your party had started up a little bit earlier, one of them would have joined. Has this been organised? Is it how long? Yeah, actually, tell me that, Stephen. How long has this been sort of in the works?
Again, I don't know that. I'm sorry, Michael. That's not a fact I know. So I don't know how long ago your party would have had to have started to have got someone on board. But I know it was not very long ago that Kieran decided to go. So I mean, maybe 3 months ago, two and a half months ago. So they were taking. Maybe that was because he was a journalist. I don't know. But certainly people were getting on. If Kieran's anything to go by, not that long ago, actually.
I think we might be able to show you some more important moments from the stream so far. Let's remind you of Kieran's interception.
Hard to give you a sense of how big and imposing it is. It's coming round my side now. What are we doing? Say hands up. Hands up, hands up. Hands up, everybody. Can you put your fucking hands up, please? Hands up, every last person.
Okay, phones on the water, please. Phones on the water.
So if you're just joining, we are being intercepted by Israel. Intercepted is a bit of a euphemism as far as I'm concerned. There's a drone overhead. Yeah. Okay. That's a drone nearby, not right over our heads, but it could come here. It's not very far. So we've got one visible naval vessel behind us, intercepting Alma. It's also coming close to us. And we have a drone not far from us overhead. Interception is a euphemism. It's kidnapping. It's fucking piracy, obviously. Who the fuck do they think they are? We're in international waters. And they're firing water. We can see soldiers now at the back. See soldiers at the back there. So I would say that it's almost certain that we're being boarded, guys. Almost certain that we're being boarded here.
They're speaking Spanish. They say that if we follow, nothing will happen.
Okay, they're instructing us that if we follow their rules, nothing will happen to us. So we are being encircled. We're being circled by this one vehicle, this large vehicle. Hard to give you a sense of how big and imposing it is. It's coming round my side now. What are we doing? Say hands up. Hands up, everybody. Can you put your fucking hands up, please? Hands up, every last person.
Yeah, I mean, it's also really important, I think, that this footage is going out to the world, showing these people very calm, sitting down, clearly so non-violent. The fact that this is all, videoed, I think is both very powerful, but also will hopefully provide these very brave people on this flotilla with some protection.
69 miles from Gaza. We're currently 69 miles from Gaza. So while our other boats are being boarded, we are in the surreal position of being only 69 miles from Gaza and sailing forward towards it.
In an active war zone. If you continue and attempt to breach the naval blockade, we will stop your vessel and act to confiscate it through legal proceedings in court. You bear full responsibility for your actions.
Say that we are entering an active war zone, you're saying that we are entering a place where we are committing war crimes. This is against international law. Once again, the International Court of Justice made a provisional ruling that any attempt to hinder a humanitarian mission to Gaza is prohibited by international law and is complying with the request to make you accountable for the crime of genocide. The International Criminal Court has your Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu under an arrest warrant for the crime of starving children and starving people to death, using starvation and famine as a weapon of war. Therefore, it's our moral duty to continue sailing. It's our moral duty to refuse any attempt of an occupying force to control humanitarian aid for the Palestinian people in Gaza, who have the right of their sovereignty, who have the right of their self-determination, and to control their own borders. Therefore, we do not recognize you as a legitimate agent to control any attempt to bring aid to the Palestinian people in Gaza. We request you to stand down, to do not commit another war crime among so many that you've been committing, and to stand down. Do not engage with our peaceful, non-violent, humanitarian solidarity mission for the Palestinian people in Gaza.
So if you're just joining, I'm on a Dara boat in the Mediterranean Sea as part of the Global Sumud Flotilla, reporting for Navarra Media. We're around 70 nautical miles away from the coastline of Gaza, and we are being kidnapped by Israel in international waters. But But so far we only have confirmation that one of our boats has been boarded, and that's Alma, boarded by IDF commandos. Hard to give you a sense of how big and imposing it is. It's coming round my side now. What are we doing? Hands up.
Hands up, hands up.
Hands up, everybody. Can you put your fucking hands up, please? Hands up, every last person.
Hey, phones on the water, please.
My name is Greg Stoker. I'm aboard the veterans boat attached to the Global Sumud Flotilla. We are currently 70 to 80 nautical miles off the coast of Gaza. We are being approached by 10 to 12 naval vessels not running a transponder. They are the blockade from the Israeli Navy that we were anticipating. They are currently hailing our vessels, telling us to turn off our engines and await further instructions, or our boats will be seized and will face the consequences. We are currently in international waters in accordance with international and maritime law. We are a civilian aid mission trying to break the unlawful siege of the Gaza Strip and render aid and open a humanitarian corridor into a people facing state-sponsored annihilation.
Those were some of the moments from obviously very powerful conversations with Kieran and streams from Kieran as his boat was getting intercepted. Social media actually now has quite a lot of clips of people making a post before they get intercepted. So hopefully we'll show you more of those throughout the evening. This is now, I mean, getting a lot of attention. I can see sort of live feeds popping up in lots of different places. So, I mean, I think I have to say this. This has been a very successful piece of activism. Really, really impressive from everyone involved in terms of getting the world's attention on this and being incredibly disciplined. As you can see, sort of, this is not a group of hotheads who are going to give the Israelis an excuse to do what they want to do, which is delegitimize them all. And I think bringing the world's attention to this has been incredibly, incredibly impressive and very moving, actually. And you can see just the amount of support and the amount of solidarity that we've seen in just Navarra media comments over the past few weeks, especially for Kieran Andreu, because he's close to us all, but to everyone involved on this flotilla has just been incredibly impressive and incredibly moving. Someone in the comments is saying, are they close? I mean, as I say, someone was saying the tracker seems to have gone down, so it's going to be somewhat confusing. I mean, I think we can guess that none of these ships will be allowed to reach Gaza, although, as we've said earlier, the fact that they have got closer than other previous flotillas, and there is so many of them, does mean that does provide some challenges for the Israelis. I thought it was actually very interesting, and when I was talking to Matilda, that she was saying, you know, this was potentially timed so that they went into the orange zone, which is the zone which the Israelis have previously intercepted these boats. Now, it's a completely legally meaningless term. There is no such thing as a zone which is outside a state's territorial waters, but where suddenly it's legitimate for them to kidnap people. It doesn't have any legal standing, but in terms of sort of Israeli operations, the orange zone is the area they seem to be willing to intercept people. And as Matilda was explaining, because they didn't enter that zone until around 4 a.m. this morning, that meant the Israelis didn't have enough time under the cover of darkness to intercept them then, which meant that they had a whole day's sailing to get closer to Gaza before night fell again. As to why Israel wants to do these operations in the night, I'll leave that up to your own judgment. Does that seem like the actions of a responsible state that doesn't mind the world seeing what they do?
Or is this a state that prefers to do things under the cover of darkness because it knows that it has no legal or moral justification for this act of piracy, as Kieran consistently was describing it as? I can see someone said watch team that Alma has. Oh no, sorry, that's the watch team have said that Alma has been intercepted. That's sort of. I'm just looking at old notes there. As you can see here, there's a number of ships still. David Adler's Awila boat still going strong, as he was explaining when we spoke to him. These boats have no intention of stopping. Oh, someone says that they can see Tig in the bottom right. Can we make that slightly bigger? Oh, I suppose we're not actually controlling the size of them, are we? I think that's from the flotilla who's done this. So I'll just have to get close with my eyes. But that's Tig, isn't it? With the cap in the bottom right corner, is it? Potentially. I'm just trusting you guys in the comments now. As I was saying, a while with David Adler on it, they were saying they will keep sailing towards Gaza until they are boarded by the Israelis.
Yeah. At this point, I am going to hand over to my brilliant colleague, David Adler, who's going to take you through, not David Adler, Stephen Methven. I've been streaming too long and I haven't eaten very much. My brilliant colleague, Stephen Methven. David Adler, I was going to say, is presumably being detained by the Israelis, but no, we can see him on Awila. So here in the studio, I am going to be replaced by Stephen Methven, who is going to kindly take over from me. Thank you so much for watching the stream so far. Been brilliant to see all of your comments and sort of just the massive support which is being directed towards these brave activists on this flotilla.
Good evening. This is Stephen Methven, not David Adler. But what an amazing job Michael's done so far this evening. A real marathon on a really, truly historic moment. There was a time when Michael talked about how important it was that everything was being recorded as a kind of evidence of the calmness and the professionalism and the training of those on board the flotilla. But also what's important is that it's being recorded so that we have a record of this, a record of ordinary people doing something extraordinary when the leaders of all our governments did absolutely nothing or almost nothing to stop this genocide in Gaza. As Greta Thunberg and others on the boats have said throughout this 30-day journey to this point so close to Gaza, it shouldn't be the case that civilians, ordinary people, have to put their lives at risk to break a blockade in order to stop a genocide. That is the job of states, of governments, of the international order, and all of those things have failed in this case. And the only thing that has not failed are these 500 incredibly brave individuals on these ships heading into danger, their destiny as yet not known. I'm very pleased now to be joined by Daniel Levy, former negotiator for Israel and very good friend of the show. Daniel, how are you doing, and what are your thoughts about what we're seeing unfolding tonight?
Stephen, your colleague who reached out to me, I said I wasn't planning to do anything. It's the Jewish Day of Atonement. It's considered the holiest day in the Jewish year, Yom Kippur. This isn't what I normally do on this day, but I can't think of anything more appropriate on this day than to speak up and stand in solidarity with the extremely courageous people on this Gaza World Sumud Flotilla. I hadn't been tuned into it, but someone told me this was going on, and I've tuned into it. I just heard the words of Tiago Avila. I don't know if you played those words. I imagine you have. When they were approached by the Israeli military, telling them to stand down, and he said, "No, you stand down. You are committing war crimes. There is no legitimacy. We are doing the right thing. We are doing what international law and morality compel us to do." And you know what? And I don't want to make this about being Jewish. I don't want to bore your listeners with that. But if the Israeli military sees fit on the day when Jews around the world historically have been said, reflect on what you have done wrong, reflect on your sins. That's what atonement is about. This is what they see fit to do on such a day. If I can, Stephen, can I share with you, because he shared them with me, I think he made them public a couple of days ago, a comrade who's on the Sumud Flotilla, David Adler, a fellow Red Sea pedestrian, if I may. And he actually said, look, I almost never write as a Jew. I don't want to put Jewish feelings first when a genocide is being committed in the name of the so-called Zionist national interest. But he felt compelled to do this. And he actually said, I feel proud if indeed we are going to be intercepted on Yom Kippur. Because what can it possibly mean to reflect and repair the world if not this? I hope that the eyes of the world will be on this, not beyond the unserious criminal colonial plans being put forward elsewhere, which we saw earlier this week. I fear part of that was with the intent, the premeditated intent of having people stand down. And I hope the message goes out loud and clear that we have to redouble our efforts. Those who put their lives on the line are doing so to send that signal all around the world, to redouble our efforts, to get our governments, to pressure our governments, to do what they can to stop this. Those governments don't want to do that. Our government certainly doesn't want to do that. But the good news is they are susceptible to pressure. They've shown that. And so it really depends on us to take forward the spirit, the courage, the discipline, the focus on mission of the people who are on that flotilla, and bring that home here and anywhere else.
I read those incredibly moving words of David Adler's and also heard Tiago speak with such strong moral purpose against the kind of fake law that Israel has sort of put up here. But you mentioned this peace plan there, Daniel. I wondered if you could say a little bit more about the context in which this is happening. There seems to be at least the sense that there is global international agreement about this plan, and it's only Palestinians who have not yet signed up to it. What does it mean for this moment on the sea to be happening at this time when that plan is on the table? How much does Israel need it? Is it a risk for Israel for it to fall apart? Does that make the people on the flotilla safer at this point, for example?
Look, I wish I could tell you. I'll be very blunt and say things that I wish weren't true and didn't have to be said. But I think the people on the flotilla are not only, of course, in a position of far more significant commitment to morality and law, but also more disciplined. Because one of the things we've seen is, yes, the Israeli military acting according to orders that are flagrantly illegal, but also sometimes just acting with ill discipline as well in the grotesque cruelty that has been visited upon Palestinians. And I think there is reason to fear for the well-being of those on the flotilla. I do think that the central government over there will probably prefer for this to go away. Outlets like your own, many others, I think are going to make sure that that's not the case. I hope people who are minded to do so, or even those who aren't but may be convincible, will speak out, will share this. Because one of the things that's gone on, and we heard the words of the Israeli Prime Minister in the White House, the contrast could not be more stark between the criminal gangs and their plans in the White House with Netanyahu and the attempt in the flotilla, the attempt in the margins of the UN General Assembly, inside the hall of that assembly sometimes. The Hague Group, a group of 34 countries came to the meeting on Friday. Many of David Adler's, who we talked about earlier, comrades were at that meeting. I had the privilege of briefing that group. 34 countries, mostly from the global south, were there saying, we will adhere to the rulings of the international legal system. We will uphold international law. The contrast could not be more stark. But one of the things we heard Netanyahu say is, we've turned the tables. They said we were isolated. It's Hamas who's isolated. It's the Palestinians who are isolated. Now, I don't believe that the people who have been out mobilizing against genocide, against the racism Palestinians face, against the criminality, the very, as I see it, again, look, I've been in silent prayer earlier this evening. That's what I've torn away from. So that's the headset you're catching me in, if I can, just be a tiny bit parochial for a moment. But I see in the people on that flotilla, in the people who march every week, precisely the kind of people who would have stood up for the Jewish people in our hour of darkest need. And Netanyahu was trying to say, this plan turns the tables. Now we're back on the stronger, with the stronger hand. And I don't believe that for a minute. I don't think people are stupid. I think they see through this plan for what it is. Not only will it not deliver a ceasefire, if for a moment it did, there is every reason to expect Israel to break that, but I don't think we'll even get that far. Not only does it not guarantee an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, not only does it not guarantee the well-being of Gazans, not only does it say nothing about the West Bank, but it also seeks to impose this bizarre colonial throwback of governance in Gaza, what I would call a kind of reincarnation of like a Dutch East India Company with Blair at the top, with Trump actually above him. So I don't think for one moment that we should stand down and pretend that this is a plan to rally around. I know that some state actors, and I think this is probably the right thing to do, are engaging to see if they can create some kind of fissure, a crack between Trump and Netanyahu, to try and pull Trump in the direction where he can get Netanyahu to stop this. There's no sign that that can be successful. I'm not suggesting that those state actors should stop trying. But where is the center of gravity of isolation? The center of gravity of isolation, the center of gravity of challenging Israeli impunity, of creating cost and consequences for the things that we are seeing them do right now to the Sumud Flotilla, but primarily for the things that they are doing, which means the flotilla is needed in the first place, for the crimes being committed in Gaza. The center of gravity of what is shifting this dynamic is people. people who, in this country, forced a government that didn't want to, I think, take moves on some of the arms trade. Not enough. Keep pushing. On recognition, certainly not enough. Keep pushing. Who forced a motion through the Labour Party conference earlier this week, which the leadership desperately didn't want to get past. They wanted to do a little victory lap over recognition. But in a party which has been overwhelmingly purged of overt so-called pro-Palestinian activists, the motion to acknowledge genocide and impose sanctions was carried overwhelmingly. And I don't think that tells you just where the people in Liverpool at party conference were at, but I think that tells you where the centre of gravity of much of the British public and much of the public elsewhere. So to me, the good news is these people are vulnerable to pressure. The good news is that when Netanyahu talks isolation and autarky, as he did recently as a vision for Israel's future, it did not go down well. And the way this is challenged is if Israelis, regular Israelis, see that impunity no longer carries the day, that there are costs and consequences to their daily lives for the crimes being committed by their government, often by them when they are members of a military carrying out flagrantly illegal orders.
Daniel, you've given us lots of time. I want to leave you with one last question, and it is about Israeli society. So tonight, as you say, a very important holiday being observed across the country. What is the state of Israel's soul at this moment, in your view?
Look, I think Israeli society, in no small measure because of that relentless impunity with which its crimes have been treated, not for months, but for decades, has learnt the very dangerous, apparent lesson that where they are right now, which is anything goes, which is no one cares, we can get away with it. And that has taken it to a place where I think it is in a dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop. Now, these things can be broken out of. That doesn't mean that one forgets that there's no justice in the future. I would like to imagine a future where we can think of processes of truth and reconciliation, but we are precisely not in that moment right now. We are in a moment where not just governmental figures, but opposition leaders do not stand up against what is going on. And I don't see how the theory of many leaders that you break this doom loop by embracing, I don't see how that has any credibility. I'm not sure they think it has credibility. I think it's a nonsense they tell themselves. It's how they think in power circles. It's the way to do this. That is not how things are going to change. Look, I wish we had states in the region who are willing to deploy more leverage. I wish we had a stronger cohort inside Israel who were willing to challenge their government in more meaningful ways. But all of those things are going to have to come together with more interventions from the outside to show that we will not accept this as business as usual. Because, and I say this deeply hoping that Israeli society can look different in the future. I say this because Israelis, and I don't want to make it about Israelis, you've asked me this question, this is primarily to end what's being done to Palestinians, but I do believe that the idea that Israelis will have security by genociding Palestinians, by attempting to ethnically cleanse, by just dealing with people in such a dehumanized, cruel way, the idea that that brings anyone security, it's for the birds, it's nonsense, it's palpably not going to happen. The idea, by the way, that this somehow brings security well-being, a better future to Jews around the world, asked to defend this, who make these spurious accusations of anti-Semitism. Again, it is such a wrong turn. So, I would lean very heavily into a message and a hope that not through hugging, but through having a mirror held up and having the consequences and the accountability and the end of impunity placed front and center, that society can break out of that genocidal doom loop and Palestinians can live to see a better day. And by the way, that would also be true for Israelis.
Daniel Levy, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Now, before we move on to our next guest, if you're looking at the screen, you can see a number of streams are now offline: the Sol, the Paula, the Selviagia, and the Ulara, which apparently went off following water cannons, according to the text on their feed. But we can still see the Otaria, the Owaila, which we had thought had been boarded or intercepted. Everybody still appears to be there. And yes, some various other boats whose titles I can't see at the moment. We'll bring you updates on those ones that have vanished from the stream as soon as we can. But for now, I'm joined by journalist with Scene TV, Yusuf Omar, who was himself aboard the Global Sumud Flotilla at the start of the mission. He was on the family boat with Greta Thunberg and our own Kieran Andreu. Yusuf, thanks so much for joining us. How are you feeling this evening, seeing these scenes unfold so close to Gaza?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is devastating. The objective of this mission was to deliver aid to Gaza, and it is a complete war crime for Israel to prevent this from happening. It is a tragedy. And yet there was a sense from the very beginning of this mission that this was likely to be the outcome, that an interception was the most likely scenario that would play out. I think I'm surprised by some of the footage that's coming in, including from Kieran, your own reporter, around the hostilities that we're seeing in terms of the water cannons, the intimidation. I was expecting Israel to potentially use this as a PR opportunity, a publicity opportunity to try and redeem some of their global reputation, but they've leaned into the brand that they've established themselves of being violent, of being aggressive, of being indifferent to how the world views them, using what appears to be water cannons on some of these vessels. So yeah, I'm relatively surprised by the tactics that they've used this evening.
It's a very frightening moment for many on board. I mean, obviously, a moment that they've been expecting to come at some point. We were expecting it possibly to happen last night. There were sort of flurries of boats around various points overnight last night. But it became very clear today when there was a large number of ships seen a little bit further off. What's been so impressive to me, though, is despite the fact that there's probably some fear and a lot of trepidation, everyone has been so calm and everyone has followed. I don't know. I wondered if you could tell us something about like the training or the sort of what they'll have gone through to ensure that at this point, they, even though they're afraid, they can act in a way that doesn't put themselves or anyone else in danger.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a twofold process. One was a rigorous screening where they were consistently looking for individuals that could maintain a cool, calm demeanor in the face of stress. It only takes one weak link, one person to, raise an eyebrow or show any form of what could be perceived by Israel or used as Israel to be seen as aggression. And if there's one weak link, it could lead to a really dangerous incident for everybody involved. So the screening was a huge part of it. I think that's why from the 26,000 participants, people that applied to be on the flotilla mission, they end up with just a cohort of about 500 of individuals that they regarded as being, the very best at being able to have that discipline amongst other attributes. The other part of it was extensive non-violence training. And this was all largely orientated around de-escalation tactics. To be frank, very, very scary training, simulating what it would be like to experience an interception, what it's like to have your face and body shoved against the floor and your hands behind your back, your legs crossed, having no visuals of anything around you as you're looking down. And even in a simulation, that experience is so terrifying, so scary to lose your senses and not be able to see around you. But basically, if you had to summarize that training into 2 words, it's do nothing. Do nothing, say nothing. And that is easier said than done for many, many people who have, not just experienced this, the genocide being live streamed into their phones for the last 2 years. But I've also got, decades of trauma around this occupation. But nonetheless, everyone is well trained, well prepared, and I've got no doubts in my mind. And as you can see in many of the interceptions that are happening, they've been trained, the flotilla participants have been trained to remain calm, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yusuf, you were on the family boat. I wonder if you could tell us about some of the other boats that are here. So there are some very well-known ones. There's the Alma, the Sirius. The family is no longer commissioned. There's the Adara where Kieran is. What are some of the other boats like? I mean, how small do they get?
Oh, absolutely tiny. I mean, you've got boats in that convoy that are fit probably by design for 4 or 6 people at max to be on board those vessels. I'm not very good at my kind of how many foot yachts, but these are your kind of the smallest of the small recreational yachts that you'd see in a little port or in a little harbor. Really, really, and I think those boats, aside from the interception, aside from the dangers from Israel, experienced the most difficult conditions at sea as well. You must remember we're at the end of the sailing season in the Mediterranean. The waves are only getting larger, the winds are only getting stronger, and they've had to navigate some really difficult conditions. I mean, you'll remember right back on the first night of this entire voyage when the boats finally left Barcelona, there in total ended up being 7 boats that either had to turn around, go back to port, or in fact rescued by the Coast Guard. So it just gives you an idea of not just the size of the vessels, but also the condition of those vessels. People forget that a lot of these boats are, all of them are secondhand. A lot of them are various phases of dysfunctional. And that really speaks to a grassroots movement that is doing what it can with the little resources that it has available. And that's also quite a tragedy. There are so many people that are so passionate about Palestine. There's so much capital that could potentially exist in that space to resource a mission like this adequately. But when everyday people have to do an extraordinary task like this, these are the kinds of consequences that play out.
It's incredibly impressive, the commitment that people have undertaken here. I had no idea that 26,000 people had applied. That's a huge number of people. What do you think it is that drew them to this? Is it the sense of doing something in a world where such a crime is occurring and there's a sense of helplessness about it, and here's an opportunity to perhaps participate in doing something? I mean, what is it that you think drew 26,000 people to apply for this humanitarian mission?
It's hope. It's the idea that they are at their last resort, having used their voices online, having protested on the streets, having boycotted products in stores, and they still feel like they're not doing enough for the people of Gaza. They still feel so hopeless and helpless. And the flotilla represents direct action, the most literal, physical form of saying, nobody's helping these people, we're going to do it ourselves. And I think in a world where we have been inundated with kids being buried by rubble and, really traumatic footage in our feeds for the last few years, this represented a different Palestinian story, a different story about Gaza, a story that was truly global in nature, right? Over 44 different countries, really proving that global solidarity does still exist. A story of empathy that everyday people haven't given up on this cause. In fact, they're more motivated than ever. But I think at its core, there's something incredibly hopeful about a flotilla mission, whether they reach Gaza or not.
The power of hope has been, as you say, present throughout this mission. But there's also been danger. And I know, I believe I'm right in saying this, Yusuf, that you were on board when the family vessel was struck by some kind of incendiary device dropped from a drone in outside Tunis. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was on the first boat to be hit in a drone strike on this mission, and I was closest to the explosive dropping on the vessel. We were basically on night watch. We were a series of 6 individuals that were on the boat, and we were there while many of the team were on shore, exploring Tunis, getting resources, helping to prepare for other parts of the mission. And I basically went to bed on the top deck and woke up to a ball of flames emanating from the sky downwards. It ended up setting a light to a bunch of life jackets, which created massive flame, a lot of toxic smoke. And in that moment, I thought I was going to lose my life. The fire was right next to where the family vessel traditionally stored its diesel, its big fuel canister. At that moment, I thought that the fuel canister was going to set on fire. Of course, the drone strikes that Israel have enacted on this flotilla mission are just fireworks comparative to what they do in Gaza every single day. And I don't think any of those drone strikes had the ambition of causing the death of the participants. If Israel wanted to, as you know, they could take all of these boats out of the water simultaneously in a second, turn them into vapor, and you'd never see anyone again, given the power of their weapons and their military and their precision when they want to be precise. This was instead a very, very dangerous scare tactic, a scare tactic that could have killed somebody, that could have severely injured people. I think what was most surprising for me is when Israel were asked about these drone strikes in a recent press conference, they didn't deny it. They could have easily said, nope, we had nothing to do with those drone strikes. But instead, they chose to say that they would not comment on unconfirmed reports. And I think that's really telling that they did not distance themselves from the drone strikes, that they did not unequivocally come out and say that they weren't involved in this. Of course, they are the lead suspect in those drone strikes. Who else would bomb a flotilla carrying aid to Gaza?
No, exactly. And I suppose part of the point of being able to do it out in the open in that way is to also give the people on board the flotilla a warning that if they wanted to do worse, they could do worse. And indeed, we did see some more sort of larger drone strikes off the coast of Crete. Yusuf, the people who are now being, we think, I don't know what you think. Our view is that this operation to take people off of the boats, by the IDF's operation to take people off the boats and to shore in Israel, and then to get the boats off to Israel as well, is going to take hours and hours and hours. When this kind of this operation was being anticipated during the training, what was this the form that people were told it would probably take?
This is really uncharted territory. This is the world's largest flotilla, and the dynamics of dealing with over 40 vessels, 500 participants, is something that both the flotilla nor Israel have had to previously deal with. The logistics of how do they detain and deport several hundred people, the logistics of how do they intercept all of these vessels. I mean, Israel has not got the biggest navy in the world, and a lot of their navy resources are currently deployed in the Red Sea. It has been an ongoing discussion around what this would look like, and I think the flotilla organizers had basically drawn up I remember at one stage hearing that there were something like over 100 different scenarios or more. They'd really mapped out so many different ways that this could go down and that Israel could enact this. It would appear that they are doing the boats in a kind of small batches as opposed to taking the entire flotilla in one go. And I think the flotilla's hopes are that they are in a formation that a boat may be able to break through and may be able to still make it to Gaza. We've seen reports from Tiago and some of the flotilla that suggests that throughout this interception that other boats were still moving forward, moving towards Gaza.
Right. So yeah, I said earlier in this broadcast that when I was looking at the sailing pattern of the fleet yesterday, when there were these sort of sorties by smaller IDF naval ships, it looked like when Israel came close, there was a kind of loosening of the knot that they were traveling in, so that some boats moved out of the center as though they were trying to avoid this kind of kettling situation. And as you say, perhaps hoping that, one boat could get through while there's this huge operation undergoing. I mean, how likely do you think that is? It would be amazing if one boat managed to make it to Gaza, surely.
I think there's next to no chance. As much as we'd love to see aid arrive in Gaza and to establish a humanitarian corridor, it would establish a terrible precedent for Israel, for the world to see that a flotilla mission successfully arrived would only further inspire millions more people to embark on flotilla missions. I think no matter what happens, though, this is not the last flotilla. On
Yusuf,
every
I'm
single
sorry,
mission.
I'm just going to interrupt for a minute because we're getting images now of the Metek being boarded, and I think we can see the passengers being sprayed by water cannons. Can you see the same images?
Yeah, I'm seeing that images coming through now.
Yeah, they look like they're being really drenched by. It looks like water,
This
doesn't
is
it?
such an unnecessary tactic from Israel. I mean, you are dealing with a non-violent mission of humanitarian aid workers who are now being what appears to be shot at with water cannons. This is so unnecessarily aggressive, unnecessarily violent. You can see the participants have got their hands in the air. They pose no danger. I think the signal now may be cutting as Israel attempt to continue to intercept this vessel. We have visuals again now.
I mean, really incredible. You can see them sort of just being absolutely drenched as they sit there, as you say, Yusuf, with their hands in the air, sitting down, not moving around at all, passively awaiting the soldiers, the sailors, whatever they are, to board and take them off. And they're just being showered in streams of very fast-moving water, which is no doubt very cold. And hitting them very hard.
Yeah.
Some very bright flashes of light as well.
I think this response by Israel does surprise me. I was expecting, with the amount of Western Europeans on this mission, with 44 different country delegations, I was expecting them to use this potentially as a PR opportunity to portray themselves as kind, as receiving of aid. And they're doing the complete opposite. They're showing their true colors here, spraying down civilians with water cannons, making a tense situation far, far more difficult for everybody involved. We can see everyone's hands are up, and we can expect the Israeli soldiers to board the vessel any moment now. As Scene TV have reported just yesterday, it's believed that the unit called S-13 tend to carry out these interceptions. They've carried out previous flotilla interceptions in the past. They're effectively the Israeli Navy SEALs or the equivalent. They're also believed to have been the unit that were behind the Al-Shifa attack, where soldiers dressed up as doctors, nurses, and Palestinians entering a hospital. As you can see, the footage is not consistent. It keeps coming in and out.
People in the chat are saying that the water cannons are reportedly chemicals. Have you heard anything along those lines, Yusuf?
I have not seen those reports yet.
No.
In terms of the footage that we're watching right now, I think we can expect these flotilla participants may be asked to get onto the ground of the vessel. They may be asked to put their hands behind their head or behind their back as this interception happens.
For the time being, they seem to be sitting there quite quietly. Apparently, Kieran said chemicals on his Insta Live earlier, but perhaps that was a different kind of distribution. I mean, this really did just look like showers of water being them just being completely drenched in it. I don't want to defend Israel, but I mean, quite clearly could be, tactics to just torture, humiliate, cause pain and cold to the people on board. But is there any possible operational reason that they could be doing this?
In terms of Israel, why they'd be using this water cannons and this kind of
I mean, is there any
I think
conceivable possible operational reason for it?
I think this is very similar to the drone strikes. I think this is very much a tactic in power dynamics, in establishing subservience, if their desired impact is to have these flotilla individuals anxious, nervous, scared. I suspect they also may want to send a signal to people around the world to say, don't try this, don't come here, don't go on a mission like this, because the flotilla represents an insurmountable threat to Israel's apartheid and occupation system. The worst thing that Israel want is for people to be watching this footage right now and to say, hey, sign me up, I'll be on the next one. Because it's almost an indefensible problem. What do you do if the next mission has 500 vessels and 5,000 participants or 50,000 participants, and you're having to arrest people from over 100 countries around the world? I've got no doubt that strategically Israel are trying to come up with ways to prevent flotilla missions happening in the future, and using these water cannons, using these scare tactics, maybe one way they believe that they could be deterring future participants from embarking on a mission like this, but I don't think it's going to work.
Working on the passengers or the crew of the Matek, because we're being told that over the radio, those on board were told by the Israeli Navy, if you stop the engine, we stop the water. But they're clearly not stopping the engine. You can see them moving along now. They've lowered their hands. So they're not obeying the instruction to stop their engine, despite being doused in water, according to what we're hearing.
We've just got a report coming in now. So this is a list from the 3 vessels that were intercepted, the participants being from 3 from Germany, 3 from Italy, 3 from Ireland, 3 from the UK, 2 from Portugal, 2 from Poland, 2 from Argentina, 2 from Mexico, 2 Jordanians, a South African, somebody from the Netherlands. We've also got Morocco, Serbia, Denmark, Norway, Tunisia. This truly is an international mission. This truly is an act of global solidarity. And I would expect now people in all of those countries to really be rallying, mobilizing on the ground, putting enormous pressure on their governments to say, our citizens have been illegally kidnapped. Our aid workers have been held against their will, and putting maximum pressure on their governments to have the participants released expeditiously, and more broadly for countries, especially the UK, especially Germany and others, to end their complicity in this genocide.
I'm sure that people are scrambling in all of those countries, and many others do the same. I know that in the UK, there's already a call out for people to gather tomorrow in London to demand the protection of those on board the Global Sumud Flotilla who've been taken into Israel, as they will have done by tomorrow morning. Yusuf, what do you think people can expect when they arrive in Israel later tonight or tomorrow after they've been kidnapped out of international waters by essentially acts of piracy by the Israeli Navy?
Yeah, so effectively, the flotilla participants, once detained, will be given a number of scenarios. In previous flotillas, they have been asked to sign a piece of documentation that acknowledges that they, what Israel say, illegally entered Israel. And then they'll be deported soon after if they sign that document. That is good for some flotilla participants to sign. It allows them to get back home quicker, do media interviews, create more publicity about this flotilla, which then helps keep the other participants safe. There will be other flotilla participants that won't sign that documentation, but will say, hey, we don't recognize the Israeli state as being legal. And they will be held for, could be 48, could be 72 hours. We also have a third scenario. We've heard from Israeli ministers over the last few weeks that they were exploring what they called putting flotilla participants in like terrorist jail, as they call it. And of course, those jails that they speak about are full of often innocent Palestinian men, women, and children who have never said a day in court or had legal representation. But that is a third scenario where Israel has said, hey, we're going to have long-term detentions. We're going to make things really unpleasant. Again, efforts to deter future flotilla missions from happening. I think for the steering committee specifically, those that have been on several missions, those that have had their warnings, they can and may expect to see longer durations of time before being released.
And how do you think they're going to be treated by the officials that meet them? I mean, presumably it's not going to be a warm reception by, guards and whatever in the institutions where they're taken. Do you think that people from different countries will be treated differently? Do you think that there's, what do you think the actual interpersonal kind of interactions are going to be between those representatives of the Israeli state that greet them when they arrive and the passengers themselves?
Yeah, I mean, we'll without a doubt experience passport privilege. A Norwegian citizen is not going to be treated with the same disrespect that we can expect the South African flotilla participants to experience. I think while Israel have shown that in many instances they don't care about their international reputation, they're willing to do disgusting things in the name of their occupation and genocide. They do care about the political cost of the moves that they make. And as such, we can expect that Western Europeans, especially the white people, potentially could be deported relatively quickly, relatively smoothly. And the reason I say this is because if you look at previous precedent, look at the previous flotilla mission, where from all reports, most of the participants were treated relatively non-violently, except the African-American Chris Smalls, the Amazon Workers Union leader, who by all accounts was beaten, was assaulted as the only Black African on that mission.
Yeah, he received actually quite brutal, shocking treatment, and the way in which he was profiled as a person to receive that treatment was at the same time horrific and shocking, but in also many ways unsurprising from what we understand of various aspects of Israeli society. I'm just looking at the clips in front of me now. There's the Oila. They now have their hands in the air as though they're awaiting boarding. Does it look like there's a ship? No, a ship in the background, a very bright light there shining through.
Definitely see a lot of movement in the water on that on the wide shot. The waves appear to be potentially bouncing against another vessel or just in rough oceans. But yes, you can see everyone is in formation on the top deck. They all appear to be looking out in the same direction. I see a few people with their phones still out. As you know, on many of the other vessels, as Inception proceeded, participants have ended up dropping their phones into the ocean. the reason for this is because they don't want the Israelis to get access to their chats, to their data, to anything that could be compromise this mission or future missions.
Yeah, I'm seeing another boat now. I don't have a label for it, so I can't tell which one it is. Darius, do we know which boat that is in the top left? The Janot 3. They also seem to be awaiting boarding with their hands up. Yusuf, so you may have said this already, and I missed it because I was watching this footage. But just tell me, well, what is the reasoning behind throwing the phones overboard? Why is that part of the protocol?
You know, there was a lot of conversations around the phones, and Tiago once said to me that it's actually, in many aspects, not a good look for the flotilla, because the Israelis could claim, hey, look, the participants are hiding something. But the reality is, it's important that the Israeli occupation forces don't get hold of sensitive data, right? They don't get access to group chats and anything that could compromise both the strategy of this flotilla mission, but also future flotilla missions. That's why it's important to get rid of those phones. I think it's also important to note, if Israel do board the vessel and they do take your phone, and by whatever miracle you get your device back, because they've got a reputation for stealing people's things. Colonizers will colonize not just land, but people's private property and goods as well. If they did give you that phone back, would you really want it back? You could almost guarantee that that device would be compromised, would be bugged. It would forever potentially be tracked, or have the ability for them to potentially listen to your calls. So I think there's another important note there. And then finally, I mean, it's worth mentioning, we can all never forget the pager attack, right? Where Israel loaded pages with explosives. And yeah, I think for a magnitude of reasons, people throw their phones into the water, fearing for the safety of this mission, the data on those devices, and just not wanting to have a phone that has been in Israeli hands thereafter.
Yeah, there's no one more likely to turn your phone into a bomb than Israel, given its track record in Lebanon. How do you think these people that we're seeing on screen now, who are awaiting, they know they're going to get taken off the boat, they know that they're going to end up in Israeli detention, at least temporarily, but also it's going to take a long time. How do you think they're coping or feeling about the fact that there's going to be this very long gap between the inevitable and where they are right now?
You know, that was always the most difficult part of this flotilla mission, is that the destination was always going to be traumatic. There were only ever going to be 3 potential destination outcomes. One, you get to Gaza, which is the preferred outcome, but then you're in an act of genocide. 2, you get attacked, and that did happen. We've seen multiple drone strikes on these vessels. Fortunately, nobody was injured or lost their lives. And scenario 3 was the one that we're witnessing play out before our eyes right now, that the vessels get intercepted. And that's where the least amount of clarity lied in terms of how would the interception go down from Israel's side. Would they be violent? From Israel's side, would there be casualties? And I think on some level, the boats that still remain in the water will be searching for any indications that the interceptions that have happened thus far haven't had any casualties, haven't had any injuries. But unfortunately, we won't have all of that information right now. We have very limited information on what happens during the inception and after the inception. The participants largely are in the dark and go silent for a period, probably till they return home. It could be many days before we hear from those on board the vessels that have been intercepted.
You're absolutely right to remind us of that. I think we sort of get into the habit of thinking once the stream goes dark, they've been taken off the boat and everything is fine. But of course, that's just the beginning of what can be another difficult, complicated, and potentially dangerous part of this journey. So that's a very good reminder for everybody. You talked about the ideal situation being getting to Gaza. And one thing that I've never heard anyone from the flotilla talk about is say the boats had got there. What was the plan then? How would you have landed in Gaza? What would have been? How would the aid have been offloaded? What would have been the security situation? What was the plan for arriving at Gaza?
The plan was to dump the aid with trusted local partners and to get back to Barcelona, to Tunis, to Sicily as quickly as possible. The plan was not to visit Gaza. The plan was not to spend time and, as much as many of the participants would have loved to see Al-Shifa Hospital and to spend time with the people of Gaza, that's not the plan. The plan was simply to deliver, and is simply to deliver aid to Gaza and get out of there as quickly as possible and establish that humanitarian corridor so more vessels can come in.
I see. So there was no plan to disembark at any point for the participants.
There was, those details haven't been publicly shared, but what I can say is there was no plan for any prolonged period of time in Gaza.
I see. Okay, I won't press you on that in that case. We're looking at the Metek again. That was the boat, I believe, that was sprayed with all the water a while ago. Their hands are up once again. The boat still appears to be moving. We can't see any lights, but there obviously is something nearby that's causing them to be concerned that they're going to be boarded or intercepted.
Yeah, I think we can see a light in the background.
I can see the light in the background.
I've got to run onto a flight. Thank you for everything that...
Yusuf, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sorry I didn't mean to keep you so long. Thank you so much.
You're good. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Right, so yeah, we're just watching this Metek boat at the moment. As I said, we saw them really drenched with water sprayed from water cannons not very long ago. And as we reported, they were apparently told, stop the engine and we'll stop the water. And they refused to stop the engine, so the water continued. So we don't know what's happening out of shot there. It does look there might be a light source to the left of the screen. Up, hands are going down there. What else is happening on the screen at the moment? Oh, and it's Tig in the front right. I hadn't even clocked that. Yeah, that's a friend of the show, Tig Hickey, regular co-host for us. Very, very good friend, part of the extended Navarro family. What I've been told is, as you can see as well, quite a small boat, and as Yusuf told us, those are often the ones which experience the most difficult conditions when they're at sea. We have the flotilla tracker that we can have a look at now and see where things are, I believe. So the ship's still moving in the same sort of formation, maybe a bit lengthened, but yeah, they're not far away at all. That's, if I'm looking at the scale there, looking at, 140 kilometers, about 100 miles, not very far at all. It's quite a long journey that they've got to go from where they are now on those naval ships to Ashdod, which is, I believe, the port where they'll be taken. That looks like, a good 150 kilometers. That's not a quick journey. So once they're on board those ships, as we were talking about with Yusuf, there is a whole nother part of this journey that they're on to go. One that is in many ways just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than the one they've been on so far. Let's have a look at some of the images coming to us through the streams. We've got the Soul, people looking, that's just gone. The Metek, the one that we've been looking at up till now, but far fewer streams available than we had earlier. I don't know if we've got any updates about whether there've been any more interceptions. I don't think so at this moment. But but we've certainly seen plenty of plenty of images of people preparing for interception, preparing to be boarded. There goes the METEC again. It really does look to me like this kind of strategy, as I was saying to Michael earlier when I was in the other chair, of really wearing people down so that they are desperate to get off the boat. That's the soul being sprayed with water as well in the top left of your screen at the moment, by the looks of things, and an Israeli military ship close by the looks of things, very close by. That's the water coming out of it. Yeah, it really does look like this effort to wear the participants down so that by the time the soldiers are ready to take them off, they're wet, they're cold, they're exhausted. They're in a very heightened state from the anxiety, but also a very tired state from the relentless. I mean, this is just abuse, really. That the Mango being absolutely pummeled by these streams of water. I've no idea how many people are on board the Mango, but they're really going for it. Yeah, just where I think this. Sorry, the strategy to sort of. I'm just kind of so shocked by these images. I lost my train of thought. Just trying to wear them down, trying to really exhaust them. I mean, it's the kind of treatment you get when you're in a violent riot, not when you're 6 people on a boat in the southern eastern corner of the Mediterranean. But yeah, a strategy to wear them down and make them. Make them more susceptible to walking off the boats themselves, rather than having to be taken off by the soldiers. That guy there trying to find some kind of shelter from the stream of water. Kind of incredible, really. Incredibly harsh treatment for people who are simply trying to deliver a little bit of humanitarian aid to an enclave gripped by hunger and being assaulted by repeated acts of genocide by a state far bigger and far more powerful than it, with the full support of many Western governments, not least of all the United States. And we saw, I don't know if you were, hopefully you were listening to Daniel Levy when I interviewed him a little while ago, and he talked about how Benjamin Netanyahu had talked about having turned the tables, having sort of isolated Hamas rather than Israel being isolated internationally, because they turned the tables on the international order, which would have held them responsible for the genocide they're committing in Gaza. And of course, you saw standing next to Netanyahu, the most powerful man in the world, the US President Donald Trump, very happily saying that if Hamas did not agree to this peace deal, then they would back Israel in doing whatever it needed to do. I think those were his exact words. We'll back you in doing what you need to do all the way. Absolutely grotesque performance from a nation that, at least ostensibly for some time, took its power to mean that it was a sort of upholder of justice in the world, even though it very rarely, lived up to that reputation. At least that was its moral purpose. That's been completely abandoned by Donald Trump. If not its moral purpose, its branding, let's say. Yeah, okay. The Mango is still being completely drenched. I'd love to know how many people are on that boat, because it doesn't. I mean, it would have to be 100 for it to deserve this kind of treatment. Yeah, wow. What the boat in the bottom left, is that the Olwaya, Darius? So that's David Adler's boat, isn't it? They seem to be kind of in a state of some kind of readiness. We had been told that they'd been disembarked earlier. That doesn't seem to be the case at all. Okay, we're going to go now to some footage that's just coming in. Well, we're going to go in a moment to some footage that's just coming in of a spontaneous protest in Belgium. We'll just give Darius and Gary a chance to line that up. In the meantime, we can continue to be shocked by the beating Mango is taking by from these water cannons. We've got some other guests hopefully coming up for you later in this live stream. We won't be going anywhere for a while. Aaron Bastani will hopefully be joining me later as well to commentate on the incredible scenes that he's seen tonight, the incredible acts of courage by those on the flotilla, and the incredible acts of, brutality as we're seeing now, but on the part of the Israeli Navy. I don't think anyone watching this could think that what we've just seen, this small boat showered repeatedly in high pressure jets of large volumes of water, looks anything like reasonable, given that everybody is peacefully holding up their hands when told to, sitting when told to, following all of their training and their instructions in the case of an interception. Someone waving at the camera there in the bottom left boat. All right, are we ready with that footage? First, okay. Oh, we have video of Greta Thunberg being arrested. We're going to play that now. So we're seeing her in her familiar hat. Is that, yeah, being offered warmer clothes by a soldier, offered water, all for the cameras, of course. And I think that looks like it. We're just having it on repeat again. And I think she is taking the water, but she doesn't look very happy about it. But she has been on that boat for a long time. Right, more water on the Mango. It's very interesting that, I'm assuming that video must have been put out by the Israeli military, right? Yeah. So they're very keen for the world to see that they're treating Greta Thunberg, perhaps the most recognizable face on the boat, with a great deal of what looks like care, offering her a jacket, giving her some water, letting her put her hat on. But of course, we're not going to see how they treat any of the other 500 people. Perhaps we'll see how they treat some other familiar faces. But it's definitely Greta Thunberg, and I'm sure she'd be very annoyed by this being used as a bit of propaganda for the Israeli state there. I'm not saying she obviously had no choice in it. She's just been taken into detention by the Israeli military, and they're wasting no time in putting that to use in laundering their own image. Right, we've got some more boat images here. Here we are. This is our footage of a protest in Belgium, a spontaneous protest in Brussels. That's people coming out on the street, freedom for Anas, Palestinian flags being waved. It's a pity we don't have any sound in it. I'm sure it's impressive. But yeah, that's something else that Yusuf talked about when I interviewed him a little bit earlier. The fact that people in all of the countries where their citizens have been taken prisoner by Israel, have been kidnapped by Israel, will be organizing or spontaneously coming out onto the streets to demand that their governments do what they should have done with Gaza, which they haven't, what they should do with their own citizens, which is to make sure that they're safe, to take care of them, to protect them from any kind of criminal activity or violence in the hands of the Israeli state. And as I said before, we already know that there'll be something happening in London tomorrow in Parliament Square. People will be turning out, I imagine, in very large numbers to ensure that our government pays attention to the fact that there are British citizens, including our own Kieran Andreou, in the hands of the Israeli state as we speak, and to demand that the British government ensures his safety, ensures that no harm comes to him or anybody else carrying a British passport who have been taken by Israel. And no doubt we'll be seeing lots more such protests over the coming days across all the countries that have had their participants arrested. Oh, someone in the chat saying maybe the water is also to stop the cameras. I actually think that Israel has no problem stopping the cameras. I think that they have various kinds of jammers. We saw them in use last night. I don't know how many people were on the stream last night, but in the studio, Alex Noble, producer and myself were here ready to jump on the moment that an interception happened. We also had our colleagues Gary McQuiggan and Charlotte England working remotely to keep us updated from people involved in the flotilla. And we saw two attempts last night or what looked like they were going to be interceptions, which actually turned out, we think, to be kind of reconnaissance advances by Israel's Navy, or else intimidatory tactics, just trying to scare people, kind of psychological warfare. It happened twice, once around 2 a.m, and again around 4 a.m. So every time Kieran, for example, who was streaming throughout, every time he thought, okay, it's time to be able to take a nap, get some rest, recover a little bit, suddenly they would be back, and everybody would have to get up, get on deck, put on their life jackets, and prepare for a possible interception. Right, we have some more clips for you now. Let's look at this. This is a flotilla member talking to an IDF soldier.
نحن نتقدم إلى غزة في مهمة إنسانية. ليس من حقكم إيقافنا. نحن نحمل حليب أطفال وأدوية في مهمة إنسانية إلى غزة. تهدف إلى كسر الحصار الغير القانوني على غزة وإدخال المساعدات، وهي قرارات مدعومة من كل شعوب العالم ومدعومة من الأمم المتحدة. أنتم باعتراضنا ترتكبون جريمة حرب أخرى إلى جانب جرائمكم المتعلقة بالإبادة وبقتل الأطفال والنساء والمدنيين والحصار الغير قانوني على غزة. لذلك نطلب منكم إخلاء البحر وإفساح المجال لسفننا التي لديها الحق في الحماية الدولية لكي تصل وتسلم المساعدات إلى غزة. عاشت فلسطين حرة. انتهى البث.
What I love about those videos where it's somebody talking to the IDF from the ship is they speak with such strength, like moral purpose and clarity, and they understand that, first of all, the law is not on the side of Israel in these interceptions, certainly not on the side of Israel when it comes to genocide. But that, everybody's moral understanding is that this flotilla should have free passage to bring humanitarian aid much needed to a starving, bombed, and ruined enclave where tens of thousands of Palestinians, many of them children, have been killed by Israel. We're going to have another rousing clip now, which is the crew of The Conscience singing Bella Ciao.
Bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Se io muoio da partigiano, tu mi devi seppellire e seppellire la Palestina. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Seppellire in Palestina.
Well-known Italian anti-fascist song there, Bella Ciao. We've got another spontaneous protest for you, this time from Athens.
right, guys, we're about 20 meters out. Ready to come back?
Down, you're safe. Down, you're safe. You're running. My ship. Water.
Alright guys, that's a vote.
Perfect. And I agree. I agree. We've done something. That's
Oh yeah.
Riskin. Back credit. Next step. It's bathroom time for the whole everybody. Big moves in there right now.
There's no sugar, there's no sugar.
And that's also what's coming? What's coming?
they're really going after two. Whereas one was much. We have boats approaching. Yeah. All you do is stop that engine. That one. Okay, that's one of them, right behind us. That's why the ones that dealt with him. Okay, they're coming more towards us. Okay, so they want us to say what we're seeing and what we're hearing. Right now, we have the best reception, so the whole world is basically just watching us. One of our boats named Mikeno is under heavy water. What do you say? Water cannon attacks. Generally, there have probably around 6 to 8 of those at least. But we are pushing on just like Mikeno is. We're making them work. What do we hear? Anything else we hear? I mean, there's some boats that don't have any lights. They move through it. But yeah, so far it's okay.
We also saw a floating prison, so that's a large warship that they have prepared to presumably load us all into after they finish whatever it is that they're doing right now. Looks like boats, they come past every so often and they say, we need to stop our engine. And if we stop our engine, they'll stop waterboarding us essentially. And then we don't know if they have any Zodiacs to transport us to the prison. We assume so. We know, of course, that the large boats have been intercepted so far. So presumably they would first transport the people on the large boats into their warship prison that they have. On the warship prison, they have a couple of soldiers or special force units with guns Those guns have green lasers that they point at us as we were floating by the prison. And they have those extremely powerful white lights that they shine at us, where they're constantly kind of searching where the boats are. I think that's the lowdown. Any questions? Did you get all that? We are. We will not stop unless they physically board our vessel. So we are continuing. We are encircled by their vessels, but we will continue until they physically board our vessel. Water. It's water. They're shooting a bunch of water at some boats. We've seen them for longer than a few minutes, just straight up spraying with two powerful hoses at boats. So we don't know whether the intention is just to continuously intimidate us, or whether rather the intention would be to eventually sink the boats. We don't know what their intention is, but we have these water cannons. Every couple of minutes we see them approach another boat, shine their bright lights on it, and then just completely soak everyone on board.
Sorry, Liara?
What?
Can we get up?
Yeah. Wally, did you have any other questions?
I would like to ask you something.
No. We of course have full communication, everyone. But on our boat, nobody is injured.
It has to be heard somebody take and not very
About 60 nautical miles. To be honest, today, early in the day, we didn't see them. I mean, I didn't see any warships with us from Spain or Italy at any point. But Italy had said that they were gonna go back. So the one warship we thought was gonna come with us not all the way, but at least three-quarters away was Spanish warship. We didn't see it today. That's amazing. Very happy. We also we are continuing we're continuing, and we can see a few more boats continuing with us. So getting further away from the fleet, we're continuing onwards. How can we support up right now? Just keep recording, man. Keep recording and tell the people on land that they're going to Gaza. And the people of Gaza should know that we will try our best. We need the waypoint position. You could provide that for someone. Yeah.
Hey, wait. You come on.
Wait, this is the captain. What? Sorry?
708. Huh? Where? Are they coming? Oh, I'll go to where I go. How is that horizon?
Say that again.
Thank you, Wally.
Who are we missing right now?
Karim. Karim, come up slowly. Tranquilo.
Karim.
Karim.
Are you kidding me? This is
the water kind of one? All we have to do is stop Karim. Remember? Yeah.
Stop the engine right now. Okay, here we go. Stop the engine. I repeat, stop the engine. It's stopped already. Stop moving ahead. I repeat, stop the motor. Wait.
Okay, you can come up careful. Tranquilo, tranquilo. Stop the motor. Stop the motor. Let's put on the light. Put on the light of the video. Somebody give me a light. Headlight.
Here, Captain.
Hold on, man. What course are you holding, Madam? What course? Going directly for Gaza, so you just set the Gaza course. Okay, 1112, yeah? 1110. 112 now. 112. Right to clear. Right to clear. Rest of the turn. You're gonna Gaza, baby. Showtime.
Horizon is clear. I repeat, horizon is clear. You're going to Gaza, baby. I repeat, you're going to Gaza.
Where is the last one? What is that sound?
I think you wait for the camera, is it? Crackling.
No, that's not phone. Yeah, it's like this one, the hammer here, those fighters.
I'm going to get a phone back.
You just want to point the other camera. You're always coming from the left side. The second camera facing that way. Facing right in there. Hey, Warren, get the second camera, okay? Just so you can see everything that's going on from our course. You can lower your hands a little bit. I don't pay attention to us right now.
Wow, look at the stairs. Wasn't bad against Ghana. So good, huh?
And I
went for the end.
I pointed the second camera right on both sides. I should be all on video. Good.
Okay, guys, you're getting to be worried by that.
I only come 5 small bags. Do you still have your small bag around?
Yeah, my bag is in the cabin.
Okay, you will. I think it's best to have them all at the same place now.
Another one. They went away, so nice trip.
Yeah, well done, guys. Not bad, not bad.
How do you feel about the life challenge? Do you want to keep them on, or we put that inside? I think we are fast enough to take them on. But yes, and put them back inside here, or keep them on.
Yeah. And for the small bags, I only can go 5. Ali, do you have your small bag? One
That's not a border. It's the long one, remember? Yeah. Four side.
Yeah, he was good for the rock, right? Yeah. Nice stop motor. Stop motor, yeah. Stop motor. Nice, low, man. Stop motor. Yeah. Stop the motor. Shooting star.
Hello. Horizon clear. Thanks. Wally, are you with us? Right. Again, like.
Probably you can see I think in a shortly, and they brought shooting prison with them. So they came like multiple boats.
Look at all these boats. There's so many boats. This would be like a less and less boat feeling, but it just feels like this would be like a less and less boat feeling, but it just feels like this. All right, here we go. All right, here we go.
right there. This happened. We taken off like a thing, like what? 6 hours. I think so. I would say was I still had 1 hour. I watched the member that said still was here for a long time already. But yeah. Water. Yeah. I think people in Gaza will be peaceful. Well, we're the only one moving more than everybody else. All wars go. Have a big voice.
Okay, I'm calling from the city. I'm calling over. Okay, so right now, the warship is in front of us again. We saw a couple of speedboats that kind of sped past us, and those look like the potentially the interception speedboats that we need. But when they passed, they went to the front to where the warship is, and we can see a lot of boats, if not the entire fleet, kind of in a line behind each other. So yeah, it's very quiet right now. It's like they're squeezing us all together. And we're kind of not with
we
the
are the one that can't be sued.
camera. Comms keep getting jammed, so the camera was up for a bit and on again. So I don't know if that's because of the speedboats, but we think that one of the speedboats there has some sort of comms jam pack. So each time they come past us, comms are jammed. But yeah, we can see the prison warship or whatever pretty close by, and and the whole fleet in a line, and then like one or two vessels in the distance as well.
Gary, you can say even if it's just inches, we're getting closer to Gaza all the time.
Yeah, we are getting closer to Gaza all the time. So, they come up to us, they tell us to stop, turn off the engine, whatever. Then they soak us, and then they leave. They go to the next vessel, and then we continue. And that's been going on for like the past couple of hours. So we are getting closer to Gaza. Wally, are you here? So we just want to communicate. A little bit closer now. We're actually inching closer. They come, they try to deter us, then they leave, and then we keep moving forward. And the whole fleet is doing the same, so it's really beautiful. We're kind of in unison, just moving towards Gaza, despite them trying to deter us and trying to waterboard us. We're just moving closer together. So we don't know what might happen. We don't know if they're going to intercept us and board our vessels, but it seems like they don't have the capacity to do it. So we're using that to our favor, to our leverage, and we are just continuing onwards. And so is the rest of the fleet. The Alma, we believe they onboarded the Alma and also the Sirius. So the large boats, which we were expecting, but the small boats, they're just trying to deter with these water cannons. And they can't water cannon all the boats at the same time for eternity. So they have to kind of roam around and go from one boat to the next. Each time they do that, we turn our engine on and keep moving. And everyone else is doing the same. Did you get all that?
Sorry?
What's the last thing you heard? Our spirit? We're undeterred, Wally. We're going to Gaza. Thank you. Anything you want to say? And thanks the whole world for mobilizing, for keeping it going. We're undeterred as a fleet right now. So I don't know how much you heard, but we're moving together, inching closer to Gaza, step by step. That's moving hard.
Oh, whoa. Big one. Okay. keep that one on us, but the second one, in front of the lifeguard, is already pointing exactly in that direction. Like a safe shot of the water, but after possible, you have to check the second camera.
Hello, Wally. You there? That's the question. Can you see?
No, my point is, they're coming. Why would they be coming here?
Can you see the other boat with the other camera? Oh, they're coming.
But would you be coming towards this?
Alive que bora ship. Wait.
I'm going there. So I don't know what the next I don't know what the amount of Bibles are. I would not have to read it. Read it like this.
Someone from the ground is controlling it.
Only they put it like this or not? You're right.
Hooked up to the camera. He said they were avoiding. I think they wanted to last.
I mean, these folks just here in the back in front of them as well. With lights and white lights as well. But I could see on the back side. These guys are also like, Thank you. Palestine. Try to understand Zero 3 still in the game. 3 is still in the game. Awesome. Oh, look, they got the hose out. They didn't like that song. Good. I expected them to be a lot more like sophisticated. Do you eat? Ida? Yeah. Do you eat?
have sex on the instance. No,
jäljellä enää 3. Yksi mä sen ajatuksen. Mistä sitä vähän siirtää? Niin. Kyllä varmaan vielä pitää katsoa sitä. Mä vielä asun.
Oh, I guess you can't really stop. All right. Okay, got it. Okay, no to the front. What do you think? We'll just get a little closer. They're just right in between us and Gaza. Every time I spend yes, it's more good. Oh, it's sewage. Oh, it smells so bad. Bastards are spraying us. Run away!
Seguimos en el buen rumbo, nos alargamos mucho, ¿no? Ellos han sido arrestados quizás.
Bueno, si vamos un 105 podría ser un poquito más.
Okay.
El que nos aconsejan es el 108.
Okay.
Ahora nos estamos...
Okay.
We go back and we fit in the front of the flotilla. So we go all left and try to return completely. Okay, continue to go or left.
Wait, where are you going? No, that's good. Now we can go 103. Oh, it's an amazing thing.
With that.
Alright, good. I think we're gonna fix it. Right.
Now,
Going in the right direction now.
Where's Zoom, guys?
Zoom to the bathroom.
Okay, and hold up, we got the bar coming 05. We are in 05 first.
Oh, yeah, we'll be. It's not hard.
Keep it 103! 103 bearing! 103! 103! Stay on target! 103! 103! All right, they must do it.
103! Free Gaza!
Hey, 103! Hey.
Yeah. No, we are all in there.
How did you communicate? Molly?
Free Palestine! Nice to see you!
Okay, we got this! We can pass this side! We gotta take down the mothership!
Free Palestine!
No, the radio.
Put on the brakes!
Who is on the television camera? Okay. Yeah, sure. Gary? Yeah. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, we're having a hard time getting around this enormous barge like that shoots water cannons. Chemicals. Have small sailboats. What was it? The water cannons don't have enough of a sailboat. Around it. Barge that Wally, did you hear anything? Did you hear that narration? Oh, we really did it. It seems that we have effectively communicated with some of the people, selected the heading of Gaza, and maybe outmaneuvered or distracted the prison barge. But the prison barge does seem to have caught one ship. Still need to dodge for Egyptian. I think they're trying to push us south into Egyptian waters. Really happy that you're gonna watch this. Hey, Tehran, what a time to go. We are 50 miles towards Gaza, currently playing cat and mouse and get ready. Interception reports have been sent out to us. We have a big barge, kind of a prison barge. They're trying to get everyone off the sailboat so that they can take the last dog port. We're trying to not get hurt without where they used to we still, I think, have 25 or 30 boats still in the run. And, so the closest we've ever been, 50 miles away. There's a lot of boats inside. I'll ask.
Definitely. Oh, you're needed this.
Fine.
That's a vibe on the way list. It's what's that? Happens when you leave it.
I think we just kind of know not what the goal is. Yeah, I mean, that to me is the goal.
They're coming fast though, guys. We're waiting for great day. Hands up, hands up.
No problem. Thumbs up. O Mustafa da pas yaptım ya. 3 milyon izlemiş. 3 milyon izlemiş Türkiye'de. Pas yaptım ya. Hadi bakalım, hadi bakalım. Hadi kapat kapat. Evet. Güzel. öğretildiğini söylüyor hakkında. Öğretilmişi söylüyor.
No haciendo camino, pero sí queda un poco por detrás. Porque el Llano no sé dónde está, pero ahora es el líder del Llano.
¿Será que acaba allí?
Yo miro.
and those 2 boats came up to the danger zone and then have turned around. But yeah, so 497 participants, potentially including those 2. So fewer than 97 trying to make the whole journey, but I still think we can safely assume that half of participants are currently still sailing.
I mean, our coverage was not prepared for like a 9 a.m. arrival on Gaza. I have to be perfectly honest. We will cover it somehow, but we weren't really expecting a significant number of vessels to land in Gaza. Certainly
Yeah, I think there were a lot of discussions about how will the number of vessels impact what happens. And discussions about, for instance, would the interception be further out so there was more time to do it, or further in so that all of the boats didn't have to be towed a really long way. There was a lot of discussion of there being some kind of sea kettle where all the boats were surrounded and then processed one at a time. But no one really predicted what's happening now. It's a lot more chaotic, I think, than we expected. It seems to be quite an inconsistent approach.
I suppose for the Israelis, look, they're used to dealing with problems just using extraordinarily asymmetric violence. They can't do it here. I mean, not to say that they won't use violence if they want to, but they can't do it here. They can't just bomb everybody and kill them, because we're looking at people across dozens of nationalities. And they are struggling. I mean, this is a major operation to stop dozens of vessels in the middle of the night. Major operation. We're going to play some B-roll in a moment from actually, let's play it now. We've got some B-roll of protests in London, Piccadilly Circus. You can see that right in the middle there. Keir Starmer, war criminal.
Δεν βλέπουμε τίποτα γιατί έχει το προβολέα συνεχώς πάνω μας. Δεν βλέπουμε. Ανοίξτε ένα ταξί. Δηλαδή, δεν έχουμε κάτι ακόμα. Αν πούν κάτι στα Ελληνικά, θα μας έρθει να ρωτήσουν. Θα βγάλω τη σημαία, να δούμε. Τι λέει? Αποξυγόνο, δεν κατάλαβα τίποτα. Επανάλαβε το μήνυμα αργά και καθαρά. Εμείς συνεχίζουμε, εσείς ακολουθείτε. Ποιο? Ένας έστωψε. Μας δείτε, γεια σου. Για μου κάνω αυτή την το βλέπω, είναι στα 200 μέτρα, 100, 200. Αριστερά, αριστερά. Σε πολλές ελμάτια. Ακούει το ξυγόνο, πάμε από την περίπτωση να μας κυνηγά, είναι πολύ κοντά μας, πολύ κοντά μας. Βγάλει κάμερα. Δεν της κάνει κάτι. Δεν της κάνει.
παρουσίαση τελειώσεις. Τώρα κοιτάει τον Πισία! Στοχοποιεί τον Πισία! Τι? Νάτος, δεξιά είναι, δεξιά είναι! 5 η ώρα από σένα! Στην επόμενη αναστροφή τι? Περίμενε, δεν ακούω. Πάμε Πισία, λέει, όπως είμαστε. Πού πάμε? Γιατί στο Πισία? Έρχεται ρε! Έρχεται! Γιατί είναι μόνος ο κρυμμένος. Άκουσα αυτό το πράγμα, άκουσα καλά. Έρχεται τώρα εδώ. Πού πάμε? Μα αν πάμε δεξιά θα μας κόψει. Πάμε δεξιά, εντάξει, άντε. Σ' ακολουθώ. Πολύ σημαντικό το κομμέντρο. Το κόμμα όλο δεξιά, να αποκλείω το μεγάλο πλοίο. 180. Ενημερώσου το Πισία.
Yeah.
All in 99.
Hey, let's just keep this going. Yeah, we got it. Stay with us.
δεξιά. just going to feel like an immigrant. Very valid.
You feel like immigrant,
Why,
my dear, why you come to Israel looking for work? Looking for job? You go to Europe, to Canada.
Really, you got a South African and a Mexican immigrant girl here.
Williams is the law,
Μπορεί να είναι και τέτοιο. Δεν έτσι στο κόμμα. Σταμάτα. Σταμάτα.
Παράνομη απαγωγή, παράνομο σταμάτημα των πλοίων μας σε 45 μίλια, 42 μίλια από τη Γάζα. Δεν μας είπε κανείς να σκόσουμε. Ναι! Δεν μας είπε να σκόσουμε. Δεν μας είπε να σκόσουμε. Είναι και είναι εμπαδρομένο. Είναι εμπαδρομένο, είναι. Ομάδα ασφαλείας λαμβάνεις. Το λέει απλά είναι μακριά και δεν μας... Παύλος Φίσας από οξυγόνο, ακούει. Παύλος Φίσας από οξυγόνο, ακούει. Αχέτα μίμη από οξυγόνο, ακούει. Stop it. Σταματημένα είναι το μέσα. Γεια σας. Εδώ μας αναγκάζουν να σταματήσουμε. Μίλια από τη Γάζα. Το ναυτικό του Ισραήλ έχει ψεκάσει με χημικά, μας ψεκάζει με κανόνια νερού. Έχει πέσει σχεδόν 2 φορές πάνω μας. Και αυτή τη στιγμή μας έχουν περικυκλώσει και μας διατάζουν να σταματήσουμε. Όχι πολύ ψηλά τα χέρια. Δεν μπορώ να
Dimitris de Tamatya, Lágamo. Oh ja, snap je wel. Ik zal dat wel doen. Muy na medyo tinanero kung ako klase po sa alphabet. Yeah, we can hear you. Repeat. Repeat, please. Please, can you tell which boat are intercepted? Which boat please tell us because we have please. Okay, we don't have any more phone. We phone us please. So tell us information what we have to do. Please, some what information we have to do. We don't know. We don't have no more phone. that. Welcome to here.
Εκεί κι άλλος τρώει νεράτερα, αφού. Άκουσε, πίσω. Εντάξει, είμαστε εντάξει τώρα. Στάζουμε σαν τα παπιά έχουμε γίνει. Αλλά είχαμε να κάνουμε μπάνιο πολλές μέρες, οπότε εντάξει. Δεν έχει. Είμαστε εντάξει τώρα από το δεύτερο. Κάποιο εδώ, βάλουμε νερά. Βρέχει κάποιο άλλο. Πιο μικρό. Μια ζωνά. Κοίτα λίγο σε παρακάτω. Το πρώτο παιχνίδι είναι εδώ. Θα προσπαθήσω εγώ να κοιτάξεις εσύ εκεί. Δεξιά σου. Το που ζούμε εδώ μπροστά.
Εσύ κλείσε το steam line.
Θα πάω. Το steam line.
Το steam line.
Από κάτω προς τα πάνω.
Ποιος είναι το Αμστερντάμ?
και κάποιος δεν πάει εξώς. The motor is off. Αλλά 0,25 πόντους, δηλαδή δεν πάω.
Σήμερα δεν θα γίνει καλύτερα να μην τις κάνουμε.
Εντάξει, φαίνεται. Φαίνεται πάνω, κοίτα πάνω εκεί. Δεν μπορώ τώρα. Να μην είναι κλειστή. Δεν φάνηκε έτσι από να καταλάβεις. Δεν βλέπουν τα νερά που τρέχει από πίσω. Κατεβάστηκε. Γι' αυτό δεν πας εδώ και ώρα. Τι κάνετε τώρα. Δεν είμαι στα καλά. Άντε ρίξτε. Κείμενο λίγο να πάμε πιο μακριά. Δεν θέλω να με βλέπουν. Δεν έχουν φύγει. Ρε μαλάκα εσύ όντως δεν καίγεται τώρα εμείς από αυτό. Όχι, είμαι πολύ ευαίσθητος σε αυτά. Εγώ στις πορείες της Εθνικά το γνωρίζω αυτά τα χιλιόμετρα. Γι' αυτό το λέω, επειδή τώρα το έφαγα. Ναι, δεν είναι το ίδιο, είναι άλλο πράγμα. Ρε φίλε, μείνει στα χέρια. Αυτό έχει...
Όχι, έβανε πάνω ατομικά. Εσύ, δεν σκάβεις. Έβανε πάνω μας.
Ναι, αλλά αυτό, άμα διάβασες τα άλλα, δεν ήταν τίποτα.
Εντάξει, σήμερα βρεμένα έξω, οπότε έχω ξαναπάω μέσα. Είναι βρεμένα έξω.
Τι να τα κάνετε τα παπούτσια.
Ευτυχώς τα πήγε θα μας στη φυλακή.
Δεν φυλακή. Εγώ νομίζω ότι θα μας πούν να φύγουν. Δεν θα φύγουμε, Αλέξη.
Να φύγουμε τι θέλεις.
Θα αναγκαστούν. Μέρες εδώ να περιμένουν να μας πιάσουν. Όχι, θα πηγαίνουμε προς τη Γάζα και θα μας κάνουν απαγωγή. Αυτό το σενάριο που λες, που λέει πλεύση προς την Κύπρο, δεν είναι clickable. Δεν είναι. Μάλλον δεν είναι clickable. Σου λέω δεν είναι clickable.
with documents was videos of the steadfastness of global yes.
Τα σκάφη φεύγουν και μόνο. Τα ξεφεύγουν συνεχώς από τις ελληνικές δυνάμεις. Σε άλλους έχουν περισσότερο.
Έχουμε τις παράσεις.
Ήδη ένα ρεκόρ έχει σπάσει. Έχει κρατήσει αυτό, δεν τα παρατάμε.
Έχει τις παράσεις.
Θα φτιάξω το εννοώ. Έλα τι λέει.
Έχουμε τη συμπαράσταση σου, Αναστασία. Στεγνά ρούχα χρειαζόμαστε τώρα, όχι συμπαράσταση. Όχι, εντάξει, και τη συμπαράστασή σου τι θέλουμε. Έχεις κάμια πρόταση?
Μιλάω.
Δικηγόρο μας.
Δεν μας πάρει τηλέφωνο.
Όχι, μιλάω την κάμερα και μας γράφει στο ναυτικό μιλοσιόν. Εξημερώσει και θα μας μαζέψει.
Θα τι κάνεις Ισραηλινός, θα ξέρει και αυτά. Είστε μαλάκες, τι θα γίνεις, κύριε Όδε.
Μαλάκα, τι κάναμε. Τι ήταν αυτό το σουραντζίνικο με τα γύρω-γύρω. Δεν το πιστεύω, αυτό δεν το περίμενα ότι θα γίνει με τίποτα. Όχι, εγώ δεν ήταν ένα αυτό το σενάριο.
Αυτό το κάνουμε.
Και κοιμόταν τη γράφη μήπως. Ξεφεύγουμε συνεχώς από τα σκάφη.
Δεν πλάκα, ήμουν εδώ και μετά που είπατε τι γίνεται και είπαμε
Παντελώς.
Και κοιμόταν.
Εσύ τώρα αυτό που φοράς.
Το βίντεο που σου έστειλα τώρα. Δεν στο βίντεο που σου έστειλα. Δεν στο βίντεο, δεν στο βίντεο. Ναι, αυτό που σου έστειλα στα βίντεο.
Εσύ φοράς αθλητικά. Ποιοι φοράς αθλητικά εδώ πέρα?
Εγώ.
Και πώς είναι τα
Γαμηθήκαμε όλοι.
Μα πια.
Όλα βρεμένα, όλα.
Τα δικά μου τα πουτάρια.
Γεια σου ρε Κωνσταντάρη. Δες λίγο βιντεάκι, γιατί έχετε σταματήσει λίγο. Άρα παιδιά.
Για να χαλαρώσουμε λίγο. Πέρα πάμε λίγο προς Γάζα. Και εγώ λέω να πάμε προς Γάζα. Άντε πάμε.
Για μισό λεπτό μπορούμε να πάρουμε τα μάτια λίγο σοβαρά. Είναι έτσι απλό αυτό το πράγμα.
Ωραία, μιλάω αυτή τη στιγμή στο ναυτικό όμιλο. Είμαστε ανοιχτά στο live stream. Επίσης, να σας πω, έχουμε internet κανονικά. Και εντάξει, οκ, έχει εδώ το σκάφος. Και συζητάω τι προτείνω να κάνουμε, παιδί μου. Αυτή είναι σε άλλο. Βλέπω άλλο έργο. Για πρωί θα μάθουμε τα άλλα σκάφη που είναι τα δικά μας. Αυτό πρωί. Αυτό ρωτάω πρώτα. Ξέρετε ποιο είναι τα άλλα σκάφη. Ένα πλοίο έχει ξεφύγει και πλησιάζει Γάζα, αλλά έχει την τρομοχάβα του Μπαχάρη νομίζω. Τέλεια. 27 μίλια, εντάξει. Θα μπέσουν εκεί. Αλλά το πολύ δεν πειράζει, Ισραήλ. Και εμείς θα δώσουμε ότι φύγουμε πριν ξεφεύγαμε στην εκεί. Εμείς ζήσαμε αυτό το σουρεάλ σκηνικό που μας κυνήγαγε το prison boat, το λέγαμε εμείς, αλλά τελικά ήταν άδρα, πλωτή άδρα ήταν αυτό. Το πρώτο boss. Έχει κι άλλα μετά. Το οποίο απλά... Το πέρασε την πίστα αυτή. Το οποίο απλά την πέρασε την πίστα. Η Άσο την πέρασε την πίστα, έκανε 2 κύκλους γύρω από το boat, 90 μοίρες αριστερά, το κυκλώσαμε με λοιπούς, ίσα τα μήνυ. Τα έχουμε σε βίντεο αυτά, ρε, τα γραμμάτα. Τα έχουμε αυτά, τα σου λέω να δεις βίντεο. Εκεί που κάναμε και 4 μαζί για να στραφεί, αυτά τα πράγματα. Ναι, αυτό τι ήταν.
Γιατί δεν έχω ίντερνετ γραμμάτα.
Για να δούμε ένα βιντεάκι. Έτσι, κι αν μείνετε στο Μπουγγέλο, καλά λέει ο σύντροφος εδώ από την Αθήνα. Μας είδαμε Μπουγγέλο, πήγαμε. Δεν μας είδαμε Μπουγγέλο, πήγαμε να βλέπουμε τώρα. Και έτσι μας ρωτάνε να κάνουμε μια ανταπόκριση, δηλαδή μου. Δεν το έχουνε, λέει, σε βίντεο όλο το πράγμα. Το έχουνε. Δεν με το έχουν. Ποιος ξέρει, δεν είχαμε ίντερνετ εκείνη. Όλες την ώρα του Μπουγγέλου δεν είχαμε ίντερνετ καθόλου. Από την Αθήνα τα συντρόφια λένε μουλοχτά, τσόκο τσόκο, βάλτε μπρος και τσόκο τσόκο πάμε.
Εντάξει, εντάξει, παράγια, άμα ο άλλος ήταν άνθρωπος, θα σου λέγε εντάξει, καλά τα πήγες. Άμα ήταν εδώ, να στο πήρε, φίλε. Τι είναι αυτό τώρα?
Εντάξει, σαν να είναι εδώ είναι όλες αυτές.
Όχι, δεν είναι σαν να είναι εδώ, ρε φίλε. Δεν είναι εδώ. Είναι εκεί. Εσύ είσαι εδώ.
Σαν να λέω κανονικά, θα πρέπει να ζητήσουμε τη γνώμη.
Τώρα σου λέει ο άλλος εκεί για να σου λέει τσούκου τσούκου
εντάξει, εγώ ρώτησα τη γνώμη του μας λένε τα παιδιά, δεν μας λένε τι θα κάνουμε. Ο σύντροφος που το λέει και άμα απομακρυνθούν πατάς κουμπί και προχωράς, είναι πάρα πολύ υπεύθυνος άνθρωπος και δεν το λέει. Δεν το λέει τύπου κάτι αυτό, λέει τη γνώμη του επειδή εγώ του τη ζήτησα.
Cosmetic.
Mohammed Bahar just went offline.
Εντάξει, δεν σημαίνει κάτι αυτό.
Να αφήσω να φτάσει στο Gaza το Mohammed Bahar. Γεια σας. Όχι, να βρούμε τα σκάφη μας για μένα.
Αυτό εννοώ, να πιάσουμε αυτούς και με το σκύλο.
Αυτό μου πώς παίζει.
When this signal
Yes, put the light down, Put the light down, yeah, the lights down, yeah, because they are lighting us.
Θα βάλουν αυτό το κόβολο δεξιά από πάνω το μεγάλο πλοίο. Το κόβολο δεξιά θα βάλουν τραγούδια που είναι. Ακριβώς, χαίρομαι το καταλάβω. Εγώ έκλασα. Ναι, ακριβώς. Σε όλα μαλάκα. Ποιος έκλασα? Πόσα σε γάμισα που έχω κάνει αυτό και δεν είναι.
Γιατί όμως τυχαία δεν πιστεύεις, δεν είναι τυχαίο.
Okay, we'll try. Okay? Okay. Bye. So, να σας πω λιγάκι τι λέει και μετά να δείτε το βίντεο.
Ναι.
Ωραία.
Καλό.
Λοιπόν, μπορούμε να συνεχίσουμε λιγάκι πιο σοβαρά.
Θέλω να μας πει κάτι Κλεονίκη. Ακούμε.
Ναι, το βλέπω.
Ακούμε τώρα.
Λοιπόν, ο Σαΐφ παρόλα αυτά, δηλαδή εγώ δεν το προέβλεπα, λέει αν νιώθουμε δυνατοί να φύγουμε, να πάμε προς Γάζα. Γιατί το κάνει ήδη το αντάτζιο, είναι στα 27-24 miles.
Ναι, το είπατε.
Αυτό. Με αυτή την έννοια.
Ο Σαΐφ ποιος είναι? Είναι αυτός που...
Είναι ο αρχιεκτιβιστής, αλλά ο οποίος δεν είναι εδώ,
Ναι, και κατηγορείται για Χαμάς.
Καλά τώρα,
όχι,
και ο Πάρης.
παιδιά, μην τα μπουρδουλώνουμε όλα τα θέματα.
Όχι, και ο Πάρης κατηγορείται.
Ο WWIII έχει σχέση, όχι ο...
Ο γειτονάς μου σπίτι.
Λοιπόν, πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε με τα άλλα ελληνικά σκάφη και να πάρουμε μια αυτόνομη απόφαση.
Δεν έχουμε επικοινωνία με τα άλλα ελληνικά σκάφη.
Εφόσον έχουμε ίντερνετ,
ναι,
μπορεί να καταφέρουμε να συνεχίσουμε.
Δεν απαντάνε στο ναυτικό όμιλο.
Ωραία, το τελευταίο που μου ζήτησε είναι ό,τι και να κάνουμε, είτε συνεχίσουμε είτε όχι, είτε παραδοθούμε, αν μπορούμε να βγάλουμε ένα μικρό βιντεάκι και να το στείλουμε. Θα το βγάλει παντού διεθνώς.
Έχει βγάλει το Μάρτιο του Γκάζα, πες του.
Ναι, αν θέλετε να βάλετε στατιστικά.
Τι να πούμε. Λοιπόν,
σταματήστε να μιλάτε.
Σταματήστε να ξέρετε, παίζει το live stream στο διεθνές τώρα. Εντάξει, απλά σας το λέω.
Και δεν θα συνεννοηθούμε.
Να συνεννοηθούμε, έλα να συνεννοηθούμε. Πάμε επιχειρησιακά.
Εγώ λέω να το σταματήσουμε.
Άλεξ,
εγώ λέω την αρχή να το βοηθούν να σταματήσουμε.
Ναι, ρε φίλε, σταματήσαμε.
Για μένα το τράβηξα πολύ παραπάνω.
Εγώ η αλήθεια είναι ότι πάρα πολύ.
We have an Israeli boat that is really next to us, so we cannot move because there is this Israeli boat that is next to us.
Actually, you have two boats. Two, actually. And this one is what? Yeah, but it was, yes, but it was we're still going to Gaza. We're still on our way. We're just biding our time. And we're going to move.
Can you give us updates because we don't have any phones? So we have one. So we have
Yeah, that was a good question. I didn't think the answer. I should take in some loans out. Yes, that was partly my idea. Yeah, but you know, the American. But I've seen like when we went to places. Thinking I'd like 30,000 bucks. But not for 90, not for 120. I didn't do that, and I said, no, I'd have done that. I said, for the camera. I was furious. I was furious.
el signal. No.
Okay. We're surrounded by Israeli military vessels. We were intercepted. We were showered with water cannon. There were military vessels. Three also intercepted. Two other boats. Busy now. They're taking people off of those boats. They've made them now the bow, and they're taking them to the. They haven't put us on the bow. We've thought about trying to get away, but trying to get away doesn't feel possible. I think we might be the last boat to be intercepted. To be maybe you. Maybe you can intercept it. See now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 vessels, and maybe I can see if this is what they are, like 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 in total around us. 8, 7, 8. Can you understand? We don't know. The ones near us were blocked. We were blocked. No, the ones were outnumbers. We have more boats that blocked us. We don't know where the other ones are. Maybe some made a break for it. Maybe some made a break up with the tree. Maybe they're still. What right now? There's one more boat that is ours, the Flotilla. People are being taken off that boat. And apart from that, there's like 1, 2, 3 small ribs, like island thingy. And then there's 2 naval vessels. Any minute now to us.
Alhamdulillah.